Live once again, and for the final time, from Wellington, New Zealand, it's Malignant Bear, featuring me, JD Grauspitz. Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Today/tonight, we're starting a little early, we are going to finish Please Be Happy. We are close enough to the end that there is no good breakpoint between where we were and the finale, so we're going to start early to make sure that we can just get it done. Not to say that I'm looking forward to ending this game, because it's been great. This is my third time playing it. I'm going to play it a fourth time after this, before making a video all about the sort of literary and cultural and social themes that the game touches on, because I think it's very important. So, this game was on my Game of the Year list last year, and this is a long-form sapphic or yuri visual novel, completely safe for work. And we're streaming it because we got some requests for it, and of course it is Pride Month, so we are always happy to highlight games that do a good job with LGBTQ+ themes. We always want to make sure that we do that, and this year is no exception. The only difference being that this year we played a game that took the entire month, so but happy to do that. So we are at the very end of the game here. This game stars Miho, a Korean gumiho, a fox girl, and she lives in a fantastical version of Wellington, New Zealand, where she has settled down after centuries of committing crimes and all sorts of other things, never having any human connection, because she is cursed to where people will forget her after 24 hours. And she meets Aspen and Juliet in Wellington, and gets taken in by Juliet, works in her library. Juliet is a vampire, and Miho realizes that slowly over time, Aspen, the other girl, falls in love with Miho. Miho reciprocates and decides that she wants to try to become a human. So we are at the very end now of the game. Miho has figured out sort of a loophole for her problem, her curse, where she can talk to people on the phone, which is good, every 24 hours, or video call rather, and that seems to solve it. But she still wants to solve it permanently. She wants to get rid of her magic. So, Aspen is hard at work on writing a book, or rather editing a book she has written for publication. She is an aspiring author, and she is torn between doing that full-time or taking over management of the Bell House, the coffee shop, cafe where she works. Juliet, unfortunately, is mostly out of the story because we are on Aspen's route. Juliet is a fantastic character, and I would argue the best written one in the game. Her route is very intense, and we are not going to stream it because of that. I want something for other people to look forward to as well. So, some reason for others to buy and play this game. But yeah, we are at the very end. So yeah, Miho is, again, trying to become human. Aspen is trying to become an author. And Miho has also agreed to help her friends Lena and Cyrus with a play that is coming up. And that is actually where we will be starting. So, with a Lena and Cyrus scene, of course.
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
I always like when it's completely random which voice lines you'll get whenever you start into the game. So, how convenient. So here we are on the map of Wellington. And Lena and Cyrus scenes are pretty much always up at Hataitai Park. I think that's how you pronounce that. But these are all of the other locations that things can potentially happen at. So, let's get it on. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, and sometimes more. While I don't get to go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform so much with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume. Miho is a tree. That was the easiest way to get her to participate without the curse being a big issue. But sometimes still have to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being a part of this at first, the more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. And even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, the other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. It's late and the moon is high in the sky when suddenly there's a knock on my window. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing.
What the?
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect.
Silver?
Silver is another Gumiho that conveniently is in Wellington. And she is aggressive and mean and the classic cursed Gumiho. We learn that she has killed humans before. And she's rude towards everyone and has different magic than Miho. I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on the branch of a nearby tree.
Why not just use the door?
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Or, of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The streetlights and lamps lit, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well. Although, here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I would say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike. To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. It's the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. There is something else that I have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver is quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. And all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach out and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it, that was dumb, even for me. I hold up my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I can make things worse. For a moment, her face softens, and she looks torn. She dispels that by shaking her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on, but I don't think she'll hold it against me. At least not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realize way too late. Coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. There's one thing I know for sure. It's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. First thing out of my mouth when I wake up is a sigh. I get that a lot. Outside my window lurks a murky gray morning, which feels like an omen. It's chilly and I'm tempted to stay under the warm covers, but I force myself up and to get ready, and then go to breakfast. Juliet and I chit-chat as we wait for Aspen to arrive, but she never does. By the time we finish eating, it seems pretty clear that Aspen won't be showing up.
She must still be asleep.
Just like the morning that Cello and her friends left, I'm guessing that Aspen's overslept. After Silver ran away last night, I also was kept awake with my thoughts for a while. I figured I'd be the last one to get to the kitchen. Aspen still has me beat, though. I try calling her, but it goes to voicemail. As soon as I hang up the phone, I return to my room, put on my shoes, and then leave the library, waving at Juliet when I pass by the dining room again. I'm sure she knew what I was doing as soon as I did. I'm not too worried about Aspen, at least not any more than usual, but I have a feeling she could use the support right now. I knock on Aspen's door and wait. Silence. I knock again and wait. I knock a third time, harder. Finally, I hear a sleepy voice from inside.
I'm coming.
When the door finally opens, I'm relieved to see Aspen is all right, or at least upright and unharmed. She definitely isn't doing great, though. Her hair is a mess and she still has a blanket wrapped around her. She stares at me, blinking in the morning sun. She groans and holds a hand to her head.
Miho? God, what time? Ugh, come in.
I step inside gingerly, shutting the door beside myself. Inside it's dark, with the curtains drawn and all the lights off. Aspen immediately returns to her bed and lays down with another groan. As I walk towards the bed, my foot bumps against something on the floor. At first I'm afraid it's one of the cats, but when I look down I see it's actually an empty can. It rolls under the bed all the same. In fact, there are a few of the empty cans around. I pick one up because I don't recognize the label. I can immediately identify it by smell as beer. I've never had any alcohol, but I know enough about it just from TV and my travels. I sit down in the bed beside Aspen, who's covered her face with a stuffed animal. Still, she manages to blindly fumble around with one hand until she finds and holds mine.
I'm late for breakfast, aren't I?
Yeah. I came to make sure you're okay.
She makes a sound that could be pain or just acknowledgement.
Sorry, you should have called. You didn't have to walk all the way here.
I tried.
Her other hand appears in the darkness, also fumbling around until she finds her phone, which is under a pillow just like her.
Oops. I'm sorry. I slept right through it.
Looking around her room, I notice more than just the beer cans. Her laptop is on the floor, half closed. Notebooks and papers are scattered around the room, not just on the desk, but everywhere. Last time I was here, her apartment was messy. Today, it's a disaster.
It's okay. No big deal. I'm more worried about you than anything.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The only problem is I slept in so damn late. I was planning to call out of work anyway. I need the extra time to finish my edits. And I may have had a bit too much to drink last night, which I'm really paying for now.
I don't think you can call this fine.
Gently, I lift the plushie away from Aspen's face.
No!
Although she groans and makes grabby hands at it, she doesn't really try to stop me. Instead, she looks up at me with red-rimmed eyes and manages to smile. Gesturing for me to come closer, I lean down and Aspen pulls me in to kiss her. Her hand lingers on my cheek when I sit back up.
What if I said I was fine now?
I still wouldn't believe you.
Hmm.
Though she pretends to pout, Aspen doesn't try to deny it again. Since she's not in any shape to sit up, I lie down next to her instead. Can't help but notice the makeup stains on her pillow.
This is 2 days in a row now that I've gotten to wake up next to you. More or less. That's something good at least.
You missed out on breakfast today, though.
I'll take that trade.
She closes her eyes, yawning.
But that's also 2 days in a row that I've overslept. I'd actually meant to get an early start today and work on my book a bit before going up to the library.
You were gonna get up early? When did you go to bed?
Aspen and I had already said goodnight to each other before Silver showed up at my window, and that was somewhere around midnight.
I don't remember. It's a little fuzzy, you know? I'm in the final stretch, though. I can afford to sacrifice a little sleep.
Maybe if it was just sleep. And just a little.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Even Juliet can tell how exhausted you are all the time.
Even Juliet, hmm? Besides, it's only a couple more days. I have to finish and send it in by the end of Sunday, and then...
And then...
Then... everything can go back to normal. Like my sleep schedule. Then it'll be out of my hands and someone else's problem.
It's gonna be that easy? You'll just never have to think about your book again.
Well, no, of course, not like that. I hope not, at least. Unless the changes still aren't what they're looking for. But I don't even want to consider that. Oh God, I do not want to consider that. There'll be more work to do, of course, more writing and more editing. Hopefully not as much editing. I struggled a lot this time around because it was so different from the original manuscript and not the kind of thing I usually write. But once I got the hang of it, it started being easier, so I think next time around shouldn't be as difficult, because I already know what they're looking for.
She has to stop and take a deep breath to continue talking.
That's not counting all the other stuff like paperwork and promotion and all that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, rights and licensing too. That's another thing to think about, but later. The first time I do all that might be tough, but it should also get easier, just like the editing. I've done a lot of research and...
Aspen.
It does make sense, given what the best-selling trends have been lately. Usually I'm more into...
Aspen!
With a tiny hic, she cuts off mid-sentence.
Okay, I know that sounds like a lot, but...
Aspen, you can't keep doing this to yourself.
I don't like interrupting her, but I know where this is going. My words, she does stop and gazes up at the ceiling before speaking in a very small voice.
What else can I do, though? I know how hard it is to understand from the outside, but that's what it's like to be an artist. Opportunity rarely knocks twice, as they say. It could be years before I have another chance like this, if ever. Some things are worth persevering through. So what if I have to call out of work a couple times or miss some sleep? That won't matter in the long run. When there's a line of people waiting for a midnight release at the bookstore or posting fan fiction online, someday I'll forget all the bad stuff that happened, or even look back and laugh. Someday it'll be worth it.
Someday?
She nods.
But who cares about someday when you're miserable now, love?
It feels strange to call her that, but also right. Just like when she said it to me. And it seems like it works. I hear her breath catch in her throat, and even as she turns to face me again, I can see the glimmer of tears in her eyes. More than ever, I wish I knew what to say that could help her. If Juliet was here, I'm sure she'd have some great advice to offer. It's hard for me to understand what it is she's going through. On the other hand, it's really easy to see how it's affecting her.
I know, I'm the last person who should tell someone how to spend their time. But it can't be worth feeling like this all the time, just so maybe someday it'll be better, right? Even if I don't know anything about writing or books or any of that, all of those next steps you talked about sound just as bad. You used to be so excited about your book, but now it just makes you sad all the time. If it would really get better after this weekend, that'd be one thing, but it wouldn't, would it?
Aspen slowly shakes her head. Tears silently roll down her face, onto her pillow and hair. I scoot closer so that our foreheads are touching. Even then, I can barely hear her as she whispers.
I know. I know that you're right and it won't get easier, but I'm right too. All those things I said about maybe not getting another chance, or about how it's never easy for anyone, they're true as well. I wish it wasn't. I wish this wasn't my only choice because it's not even mine anymore. It's not my story or characters, it's something else. And I don't know what else to do. If my original story was any good, it wouldn't have been rejected so many times, or needed so many changes. And they're not bad changes either, they make sense, they're just not mine.
Are you really okay with that?
For all of about 2 seconds, she holds my gaze. Then Aspen truly bursts into tears. It might be her most honest answer yet. Her whole body shakes as she cries, and I do what I can to hold her. The 2 cats hop up onto the bed, concerned and investigating. Corners of my eyes burn too, not for myself but for Aspen, and for the helplessness I feel. But also, I recall what Juliet said, that this is something Aspen has to go through herself.
I don't know if I am. I don't know. I thought I was. Kept telling myself I was, but...
It's hard for her to speak in between sniffles and sobs. I just let her cry against me, doing what I can. Be there for her. She doesn't need to finish her sentence anyway. We both already know the answer. I stroke her hair and try to think of how to piece together what I want to say to her. It's tough because I know I don't have anything that would be helpful or might solve a problem. All I can do is be honest.
I don't know the difference between good and bad writing, of course. I've only ever read one book. But I still really like that book. Enough to read it again and again yesterday. And the only reason I could even do that is because you and Juliet seem to like books so much that I had to try them too. Spending hours hunched over that desk, copying those letters a million times, I wouldn't have done that for just anyone, you know? I'm glad I did, though. It was worth it just to be able to read The Fox in the Grove, even though I already knew the story. That was something I never understood before. Why anyone would want to read a book more than once. You already know what's going to happen. But because it makes me think of you, and that you wrote it just for me to be able to read, I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Wiping her eyes, she manages a shaky sigh that might be a laugh.
Well, I can't complain about that kind of critical reception.
Her sobs have gone back to being sniffles and hiccups, and she's slowly able to catch her breath. The pillow that we share is soaked with her tears, but I barely notice. The 2 cats are still nearby. She scoops them up and pulls them towards her as well.
You guys are worried too, huh?
They both meow in protest as Aspen brings them into our hug. There isn't really room, but Aspen manages to squeeze them in. They immediately hop away though, and she doesn't try to stop them.
Not too worried, I see.
We snuggle for a bit, and then for the first time since she got into bed, Aspen sits back up and rubs her eyes. I sit up too, and she casually leans against me as she looks around. It's a lot brighter now than it was when I got here, even through the curtains.
It is a bit of a mess here, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah.
Aspen reaches down and picks up one of the empty beer cans, examining it before tossing it into the recycling bin.
Tasted awful anyways.
I didn't even know you liked beer.
I don't.
Another can is on Aspen's nightstand. She chucks that into the bin as well before gathering up some of the scattered papers around the apartment. I help clean, throwing away anything that looks like trash and organizing anything that doesn't. Aspen takes care of all that, replacing her laptop on her desk and tidying some of the clutter. Finally, she opens the curtains and we sit back down. I wait for her to say something since there still hasn't been any resolution. I don't have to wait very long.
I'm going to send an email to Avery and tell them I've changed my mind. And that I'm not interested in making the changes they wanted.
Wait, you've already decided that?
I'm happy to hear her decision, but I wasn't expecting it to come this fast.
I have have to give them an answer soon, one way or another. To be honest, I was already thinking about it, and have been for days. In my heart, I think it's what I've wanted to say this whole time. But I kept telling myself that I should just try a little harder and power through. I could probably do that if I put my mind to it. But there was something you said earlier. And as soon as you said it, I knew you were right, because it was something I was trying not to admit to myself. That somewhere along the way, something I love had turned into something I dread. I pictured myself continuing down that path. If I lost that love forever, would it be worth it? It might be. It might not. There's no telling how it would go. But you're right that I have something to live for right now. And someone to love. And so I think maybe that much is enough. More than enough, even.
Aspen leans in, and I do too, closing my eyes in anticipation. The relief that floods through me as I hear Aspen's words is like a glass of water after a long run. Pausing just inches from my lips, Aspen whispers just one more thing before we kiss.
I have everything I need, right here.
The two of us linger around Aspen's apartment for a little while, play with the cats while Aspen collects herself, and eventually manage to send off her email. Around lunchtime, we head to the Bell House for Aspen's midday shift.
Are you sure you want to go to work today? You said you were going to call out.
I'm sure. It'll be nice to have the distraction. Sorry to leave you on your own, though.
It's alright. I'll figure out something to do.
You could go to that job that you have. I study Aspen's face. Her eyes are still red and puffy, although her glasses help hide that. She still seems fragile, but I feel less worried about her than before.
See you tomorrow, then?
Maybe. I might just need a day alone. Not that being with you doesn't help me feel better, but I just have a lot of thinking to do.
I understand. We can hang out again when you're ready.
I'll see you on Halloween for sure.
Cool.
Aspen adjusts her glasses and removes her hat, preparing to go change into her uniform.
Well, I'm going to go clean myself up a bit before my shift starts. I can't let Lena see me like this.
You sure you'll be okay?
Yes, I have lots of practice at keeping myself together. That's all customer service really is.
Alright. See you later, then.
Goodbye, Miho. I love you.
Love you too.
After a final kiss, she goes inside to start her shift. It's been an emotional day already, and it's barely half over. Despite that, I feel optimistic as I walk away from the cafe. Still concerned about Aspen, but I know she'll be okay in the long run. It's a long road ahead, but things are looking up. There's Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim is an older, not elderly though, but he seems to think it. He's like in his 50s. Korean man, and he is a fisherman, taught Miho how to fish, and is a connection to Miho's hometown, or not hometown, home country, home region. And he is attempting to catch the king, a mythical fish that only stops by every few years. Despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought all the standing around was boring. Now I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also passive enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, and sometimes I catch nothing. But either way, I enjoy myself. Carrying the fishing rod that Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. Keeps my mind set. Or it helps me keep my mind set. I was going to say there's an extra word there. On what I'm doing. Plus the fact that he gave me something so important means I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all kinds of different bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me he tries to get to know the fish and the sea. Still more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area, so there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted too. I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot I can do to prepare. Just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't know how many other people will be hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around. We finally get our chance to land him. So yeah, we're setting up all this stuff for the final chapter. It's coming up very soon. But first, a holiday. After eating with breakfast and Juliet, I have to figure out how to spend a day without Aspen. We just had a quick video call this morning where she said she still needs a day to herself to just unwind and think and cry. Wish I could be there to comfort her, but I also understand why she needs to be alone for a while. She's learning those hard lessons for herself, like Juliet said. I'll see her tomorrow, but I can't let today go to waste. Juliet finds me in the kitchen, looking out the back window.
Is something out there?
Nah, just thinking about what I want to do today. Aspen's not feeling very good.
In the shade of the big tree in the backyard, there are a couple of birds hopping around looking for worms. Gives me an idea.
Could I go see that bird we rescued? The one your friend picked up.
You can certainly visit the preserve. Although I couldn't say if they'd be able to point you to our friend in particular. There are quite a lot of other birds who call it home.
That's fine. I can look for it on my own.
Of course. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a shuttle that can take you most of the way.
Juliet shows me where to find the shuttle, and I use my phone to guide me there. I don't have to wait long until it arrives and I climb on board. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point we take a turn I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. Nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. And this is a real place, of course. Talked about that before, that all the locations in the game are real or based off real places, except, unfortunately, the library. And this is, I can't remember what it's Tenara, something? A massive nature preserve in the southwest corner of Wellington. And this is right there at the main entrance to it. And here we have another choice. So again, within this game, there are two main routes, Aspen and Juliet, and then within those routes, you have two sub-endings. It's only good endings in the game, regardless of which character you end up with, and then which sub-ending you get. But the sub-endings are the wild and comfy ending, and they correspond to, well, we'll see at the end. You can kind of guess, though, based on the choices that we're making. We are going for the comfy ending for Aspen, because that is, I think, the comfiest ending in the game. And I thought it was most appropriate for streaming this. The others are maybe a little more interesting, less safe, and worth checking out if you are enjoying this. So, I'm glad to have settled down now. It reminds me of my days in the wild, running free. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are tons of places it could be. That doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. Might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide. Too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should ask for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty, too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. Wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do, come from someplace far away like I do. There are kids, too. Human kids with their teachers, being led around by tour guides. Some of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I asked some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not her location. Finally, I'm able to find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it. I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him, too.
Oh.
Dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive, that it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there surprised. It's just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Maya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and won't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right, and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally, that's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how much Amaya pretty much did this, or said the same thing Silver did. It's just a bird, and that's just life. Silver, who wanted to let it die, and Amaya, who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see it. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't, though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still just as alive as we are. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it. And think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. The end of October arrives with a brisk morning chill. I take my time waking up, enjoying the comfortable warmth of my bed like always. Outside my window, the leaves and branches shake with the breeze, but they can't reach me in here. From downstairs, the warm smell of coffee wafts up, promising me refreshment and energy. Something else drifts up too. Something even better. The comfortable sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting in the dining room. How long has it been? Weeks, at least. Past few times that Aspen's been here for breakfast, she's been too preoccupied to really have a good time. But even from up here, I can hear the sound of her laughter like a bell. Smiling, I get myself up and ready for the day. I hope October will take our worries with it as well. I head downstairs and we go through the usual smiles and greetings, plus the chit-chat as we eat. Eventually, we clear away our plates and just sit comfortably like we used to.
So, Miho, today will be your first holiday, correct?
Yep. The first one I've paid attention to, at least. I don't really know what Halloween is about, though.
It depends, really. In some parts of the world, it's a time to honor the dead. In many others, it's simply a time to celebrate the season and have fun.
Most of the time it's about sweets and costumes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of trick-or-treaters coming by tonight.
What's that?
It's where kids put on costumes and go door to door, and the people who live there hand out candy.
For free?
Don't get any ideas.
Too late!
I picked up some bags of candy earlier, so there will be plenty to give out. Halloween is usually a busy night here, as you said. Will the two of you be here? Or do you have other plans?
Aspen and I look at each other and I shake my head.
I don't have anything else.
Neither do I, so I think it's safe to say we'll be around.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. It's good to see you looking so well, Aspen. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Me too. I'm still not quite back to 100%, but I'm getting there.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
Not entirely. I've decided that I'll put aside writing for a while, though. At least writing for anyone other than myself. I think I need to remember why I started doing it in the first place. After that, maybe I can start to think about publishing again, and manuscripts. That could be in a month, or in a year, or even several years.
Under the table, Aspen takes my hand.
For once, I'm not in any rush.
Juliet looks at us fondly. Compared to a couple days ago, she looks relieved. It's clear that I wasn't the only one who was worried about Aspen.
That's good. I hope you'll take all the time that you need.
Three of us make plans for the evening, settling on a time that we'll be back at the library. Juliet departs for bed, and Aspen and I remain at the table. Aspen slouches, looking up at the ceiling with a contented sigh.
I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this. Not just with you and Juliet, but where I don't wake up feeling like I've already fallen behind in the day. No plans, no obligations.
She squeezes my hand.
Just us.
I've missed days like that too.
I know I've said it, but I'm sorry for worrying the two of you so much. And for being so distracted all the time. And for several other things that I'm sure will come to mind soon.
I shake my head.
Don't be sorry. I know you were trying really hard because of how important writing is to you.
Yes, well, there are other things that are important too. I can't let myself miss out on all those. Like this.
Aspen leans over and kisses me on the cheek.
Okay. That is pretty important.
She laughs.
Glad you agree. There was one thing I wanted to do today, actually. And I was hoping you would join me.
Of course. What is it?
Aspen stands up and fetches a couple heavy books that are sitting on the counter. Bringing them over to where we are, I recognize them as coming from Aspen's apartment, instead of being part of the library's collection. They make a heavy thud as she sets them on the table.
Something Mum and I used to do when I was a kid, although it's been a few years now.
She takes one of the books and opens it up, flipping through the pages quickly but carefully. I watch from over her shoulder until she finally stops.
Here we are.
Near the middle of the book, there's something tucked into the pages. Aspen delicately lifts it up for me to see.
Ooh.
It's a flower, but it's flat and dry. Petals look as dry and delicate as the paper they were stuck between.
Every summer, we'd go out and pick flowers to press. Isn't it pretty?
It is.
She offers it to me, and I take it very carefully. It's practically weightless, and it feels like it could blow out of my hands at any second.
We used to do it to celebrate the end of each school year. Although it's not quite the same, lately I've been reminded of that feeling. One chapter ending, and another beginning. So, if you're up for it, I thought perhaps we could go find some flowers of our own.
I'd love to.
Great! Let's be off then.
I let her lead the way outside. We search for a while looking for any flowers that Aspen thinks will work. There's plenty in people's gardens, but she says we're not allowed to take those. We try the park, the mountain, and even the sides of the roads, but nothing we find meets Aspen's standards. I cannot read today. Oh my goodness. I think it's just Saturdays. Finally, after going around a big chunk of town, we spot a hidden grove near the waterfront that seems perfect. There are several different types of flowers, all in bloom. We walk over and stop just at the edge of the patch.
These should do. What do you think?
They look really pretty. But I thought that about the other ones we saw too.
It's not just about how pretty they are. They need to be the right shape and size as well. These ones check all the boxes. Go ahead and choose some that look nice to you. Then you can snip off the tops with these.
She hands me a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to decide. They all look nice to me.
It should be easy then. It's best if they're kind of flat, though. Remember to only take the top so that the rest of the plant can grow back.
I watch her pick a couple so I can make sure I'm doing it right. Aspen only chooses flowers that are in the middle of big patches instead of ones that are alone. After a bit, I wander off to select my own. Both of us move around carefully, making sure not to step on anything delicate. There's some that look like the ones Aspen already had in her book, which remind me of the flowers you can buy at the store. The sweet aroma isn't as strong as it would be if I were a fox, but it's still nice. There are others that I have never seen before, but catch my eye as I'm deciding. Both seem like they should work, so I'm not sure which to choose. our final choice of the game. The familiar ones. I decided to go with the flowers that are similar to Aspen's. I think they'll look nice next to the ones she's carrying now, which should fit right in with the ones that are already pressed. Imitating what I saw Aspen do, I snip off a few buds and bundle them up, making sure not to crush or damage them. Then I rejoin Aspen, who's finishing up too. She inspects my collection.
Oh, those are beautiful. Good choice. Are you all set?
Yeah. Ready if you are.
The two of us return to the library and the book's waiting for us there.
So, how do we do this?
It's quite simple, really. There are lots of ways to press flowers, but this method is the easiest. All you have to do is take your book.
Aspen grabs one of the heavy books she brought and opens it up somewhere in the middle.
Put a piece of paper in here like this for the moisture.
She folds a plain sheet of paper in half and then slides it in where the pages meet.
Then you place your flowers on top and close the book. And that's it. Easy, right?
To demonstrate, she arranges a few of the buds she selected, spacing them out like cookies on a sheet. Once she's satisfied, she shuts the book.
Oh, I can do that.
I take one of the others and repeat the process. When I close the front cover, the pages smush down the colorful flowers. Aspen puts both books side by side on the counter.
How long does it take? Should we come back later?
Longer than that. A few days, if not weeks. We want to get all the water squeezed out.
That long?
I'm afraid so. Mum always said the waiting was half the fun, because it gave you something to look forward to.
I'm not sure about that.
I tend to agree. There is a certain charm to it, though. I first learned about pressing flowers when I bought a book from a second-hand store that had a few left behind by a previous owner. They must have forgotten all about the flowers. They were bone dry, even more than the ones I showed you, and they'd stained the pages. They were still beautiful, though, and made my copy unique. I left them in there to this day on my shelf. It seemed wrong to remove them after so long.
What do you do with the ones you make?
Decorate, mostly. They make for nice accessories, or bookmarks, or even look nice on their own.
I can't wait to see.
Me either. Here, there are still a few left.
Aspen and I each have a couple flowers remaining, so she grabs another book and opens it up. She flips through the pages, getting close to the middle, and then suddenly stops. Nestled alongside a few flowers, there's a folded up paper with Aspen's name on it.
What's that?
She stares silently for a long time, and then gently removes everything. Flowers are almost entirely brown and fragile, except for a few splotches of white on the petals. Aspen sets them aside.
It looks like I did some forgetting too. I must have put these here years ago.
What about the paper?
There's another sheet in there that everything sat on top of, so the one with her name must not be the ones to suck up the water. She gently removes the pages in question. It's stained brown like the flowers and sticks as she tries to take it out, but eventually gives way. It crackles in her hand as she turns it over a few times. Carefully unfolding it, Aspen holds the paper where she can read it.
It was a letter to my future self. I used to write them occasionally. Most got lost or thrown out ages ago, but it figures that I'd find one here and now.
What's it say?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
She clears her throat.
Dear Miss Benoit.
She gives me a sidelong glance.
I wish I'd just used my first name. I can't tell you how tired I am of reading letters that start like that. Anyway, I'm writing this on the evening of my 13th birthday. In case you have forgotten, today I began writing my first novel. By the time that you read this, I expect that you have half a dozen or more complete aside from this one.
Again, Aspen looks at me.
As you can see, I used to be even more obnoxious when it came to writing. Mother suggested that I compose this letter in order to look back and reflect on how far I have come. I'm keeping my goals modest so that I might surprise myself in the future. Right now, there are many questions that I have. What was university like? Have you gotten married yet? How many other famous authors have you met? Have you made more friends? I hope that you have moved to a bigger city. Mother says someday I will appreciate our town more, but I don't believe her. There is not a single thing that I will miss from here after I've left, other than my parents, of course. I have been looking at possibilities for studying abroad when I am older, and am focusing on my academics to help facilitate that. When you read this, I wonder if you will remember writing it. I hope that you are laughing about how much better your life is than I am imagining now. Yours truly, Aspen Benoit.
After she finishes reading the letter aloud, Aspen silently rereads it a few more times. She then places it back where it came from, alongside the dry flowers and the rest that we picked together. Then, she closes the book.
Young Aspen got a few things right and a few things wrong, it seems. I'm over half a dozen books late, apparently. Modest goals, indeed. I don't really remember writing that particular letter. At least not too clearly. But for all the wishes that didn't come true, and all the things that I'm sure past me would be disappointed in current me for, it does make me smile to read it again.
I think that's the most important part.
I quite agree. It might not be the future I was imagining, but still, I wouldn't trade the present I have for anything.
Aspen and I clean up the leaves and trim stems, sweeping them into the garbage. Then we stack the books and put them high on a shelf where they'll be safe and out of the way. We both stare up at them, full of memories new and old.
That's enough of the past, for now. Come on, we have a whole day to enjoy.
Aspen places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my cheek, then leads me out of the kitchen. I follow her into the bright sunlight.
Right behind you.
As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Of course, since they're in New Zealand, Southern Hemisphere, the seasons are reversed. So it would be spring right now, or spring in October there. So going into December would be the height of summer. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry, before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper in my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill, starts making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them with big holes cut out for eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV.
Trick-or-treat!
The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot! Thanks a bunch! Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me gently.
You can't do that.
The three kids hurry off, probably afraid that I was really going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or two, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself, too. It wasn't long before the next batch of kids shows up, with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving, rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. Less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. You can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we managed to get through all the candy that Juliet bought. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
More candy for you.
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the two of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take long for me to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kids snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. Something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bedsheets and pillows are strewn across the floor, like someone climbed across the bed. What few possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here except for...
My scroll!
that little piece of paper, the only belonging I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. The fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I rush my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it, but the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose hot on the ground to their trail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Of course I did! Give me back my scroll!
I keep my distance but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky, the trees. I follow her gaze and upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. It makes me pause. She'd been wondering about it all this time. This is her way of asking. She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but I know I may as well be blunt.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change. The subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. All so she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. or even at all. There's someone I met who is also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who is afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show there are a lot of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time I feel something warm on my neck. Holding her necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I, or holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash-thin crack appears, and then another. For a moment I half expect it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look again, though the shock has faded from her expression. Her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle. So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there?
Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy. What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that. Silver, who says she cares nothing for people and their lives or culture. I'm not the only one stunned. parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. Shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's just heard the world's funniest joke. Just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else. You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you. Though I can understand why you walk it.
I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time she'd typically transform and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walks towards me rather than away, then comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder, just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all I can see is the disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip. I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny, all this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find out I've lived by them all along. Or at least, I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me. Like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. So yeah, we get the title drop. Of course, yeah, the reason why that the scroll itself was never shown is because you could translate it if you wanted to. I always like that scene. I think it's the perfect way to do that and really demonstrate what a foil silver is to Miho. So, Chapter 5, Stray Thoughts. These are all of the endings. We are going to wrap up every single Stray storyline now. Enjoy. The familiar jingle of the Bell House door greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee, mixed with the clean earthiness of the plants, is something that I'll miss too.
Hey! Welcome to the Bell House! Oh, it's Miho!
Hey, Lena.
She tilts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen.
Aspen! Your girlfriend's here!
There's a muffled sound coming from the back, and a couple of the other patrons turn to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out. Thanks!
Lena will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff members she wanted to invite to the new store, but she doesn't want Lena to know that. She'd never live it down. Since there's no one else in line, I lean against the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right? I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here?
Good point.
I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings about the Bell House anyways. I have lots of special, treasured memories here. But for her, it's just part of her routine. Kind of like how the library is important both to Aspen and me, but not the same way. Aspen herself comes from the kitchen, carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. Lena locks on instantly.
Well, you still got croissants left?
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Wow, abusing your powers already?
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through blueberry muffins suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Not sneaky enough, so shh.
Aspen puts a finger to her lips as she hands me the illicit treat.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho. Bye, Lena.
Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case on her way to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hand. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches up and wipes away a dollop of cream from my nose.
Go sit down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What do you have?
Well... another foxtail latte, please.
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
It is my drink, after all.
Yes, yes, I'm well aware. And I'll have it right out.
It's the foxtail latte that Aspen makes up for Miho. It is a dark chocolate mocha latte with lavender. Quite good as well. I don't think you can order it as a foxtail latte, but any coffee shop that'll let you customize, you can get that, and it is a very good flavor combination. I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here half a year ago, but it's still mostly the same on the outside. With only a couple weeks left until the new year, people bustle about outside, trying to make the best of what's left in this one. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people, why it's worth numbering the years when you only get to see so many of them. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move my plate out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
Thanks! It's delicious!
You haven't even tried it yet.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created. Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that. You've left a mark on this place too.
That's why I get them for free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here at least. You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
I won't tell her you said that.
Good.
Pardon. I thought that scene was going to be a little longer and I could get a drink. It's a growing list of things not to tell Lena. Aspen takes a sip of her own drink and looks impressed.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've seen her do before.
What are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
That's fine. I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections, and then doing interviews for new hires. It's a lot.
You're doing all of that in one day?
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh, a combination I know all too well.
Well, I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
Although she laughs, I can't help but be a little concerned. Although it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing, it's still way too soon for her to be overworking herself again.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I know. I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually things will settle down, and I don't have to sell my soul in the process too. That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
Compared to before, there's something different in the way Aspen speaks. When she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that she didn't believe the words she was saying. But now, I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and foxtail lattes, I don't see how it could be anything else.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few days will be very important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm sure they'll love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're probably right. Besides, I have a great team too. With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager. Oh god, I really am starting to sound like her.
That's another one for the list, right?
Naturally. Speaking of Lena, I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
I'm always free when you are.
It's a date then.
Say goodbye with a kiss like usual before Aspen has to leave. Finish up the last couple bites of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the Bell House wasn't here. I know what it was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. At one point, it was just someone's dream, an idea or half-formed concept. It took a lot to turn that into the little restaurant that I know and love today. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen's great at stories. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. Her path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm glad for her, I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something like that for myself, too. A goal to work towards, or a dream to fulfill. At first, Juliet let me work at the library so I could have some structure in my everyday life, to get more used to being around other people. But it's not something I need as much anymore. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now and come and go whenever I feel like it kind of proves that what I do there isn't 100% necessary. So yes, the joke we've been making the whole time, Miho is at least well aware of it. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So after cleaning up my trash and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. At breakfast, Juliet and I set up the table and she prepares a place for 3 people like usual.
I forgot to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
Oh, I see. Is everything all right?
Yeah, she's just busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by until the new Bell House opens.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot. I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable. One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library, when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves. Only it wasn't there, because I was reading it at the time and had it in my room. She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day. I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means, either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her. I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs, and then we start to eat. It's a little quiet without Aspen, or even the sound of her silverware, especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast, just to get it over with. When we finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit in that way that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything else is done, she clears her throat.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered. A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm. They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Zhongying was always alone, but with me, they belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone. They had people who loved them, too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhongying. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well have been a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them, too. But I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Miho.
Have a good sleep.
There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in the library and take care of my chores like usual, but it's hard to think about anything else. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work, instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library. She tells me all about her day, and in exchange, I tell her about my upcoming call.
Wow! Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Zhongying is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
If you figure out the secret, let me know. Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate the fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too! Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV!
I was aware, but I'm glad for you. Plants are on the list though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit. Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you. Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I was planning to ask her for some, yes. as well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
How would you keep track of it? Would you hire someone to do it?
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position. But no, we would simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
I still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books. If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose. Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait. My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Oh boy, I would love to do that. I would have to quit my job and eschew all social obligations, and sleep, and food, and everything else. And then maybe half. But let's be real.
Your New Year what?
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year. And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That sounds neat. Did you have one this year?
I did. It was to finish and hopefully release a book. It may not have come true, but I'm happy with the outcome, all the same.
I should try to think of one for next year myself. Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog too.
Do you have one of those?
Nope. So I'm doing good already.
Hell yeah.
Maybe it'll be to read 10 books. Or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I'll think about it. I've been thinking that I need something else to do with my life as it is.
Something else?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Juliet doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Yeah. I have other things I can rely on.
One of them links arms with me.
Always.
Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads it to us so we can sit down. I've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground between us, while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park's alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and skaters all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some of the dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. People are playing all kinds of sports too, and I can even tell the difference between some of them by now. I'm still a bit confused on what football is, though. That's... what? That's like the easiest one. It's just kicking a ball around. They wouldn't be playing American football either. Unless that's what she means? That's weird. Rugby's the big one in New Zealand. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Aspen pokes me in the side.
Oh, look over there. Think he's lost?
Across from us, a dog is sniffing around. There's a break in the foot traffic around us for now, so I don't see anyone watching him.
His owner's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
The dog looks over at us like he knows we're talking about him, takes a couple steps towards us, sniffing the air with his tail wagging just a little bit.
Oh, come here. Yeah, puppy.
The puppy, Aspen's right about that, slowly creeps closer towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him. He seems friendly but cautious. 1 step, 2 steps, he never stops sniffing. Then he runs forward, bites the handles of Aspen's purse, and takes off with it. Aspen jumps to her feet.
Hey, stop! Come here!
The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The contents start to spill out as they go. I run after the puppy, who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. Been running away too much these past couple months. I could transform, but I think that would probably scare him even more. I know better than to chase a dog, but I don't have much other choice. Hope I can just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen following behind me, gathering up everything that she can. The puppy looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little impressed. Zigzags again, but this time it's lucky for me. He's heading straight towards Lena.
Hey, Lena!
She spins around to see me, and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. The dog is closer to her than he is to me.
Catch him!
Luckily, my words get through. Lena crouches, already warmed up. The puppy sees her and starts to go in a different direction, away from both of us.
Not so fast!
Lena jumps for him and flaps her wings to carry herself even farther. She crashes to the ground just in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try to stop and turn again.
Gotcha!
I reach them just in time to grab him by the scruff of his neck. He immediately drops Aspen's purse like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
Whoa! Aspen said literally! That means it's serious.
I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy, who's been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks up and wags a finger at him.
And as for you, hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so we can watch instead. He reminds me a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's a stray. I haven't heard of him taking anyone's stuff like that, though.
Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
While digging around in her now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smushed plastic wrapper.
I guess there's the other half of my lunch that I forgot about.
The dog wags his tail and barks in Aspen's direction, and she frowns.
This is what you were after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
She unwraps the remnants of a sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down in just a couple bites before looking at us for more. If he's a stray, like Lena said, that could be the best meal he's had in days.
That's all I have.
Lena and I are both empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him?
They must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
I stoop down to try to pet him, and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
Well, she is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how we'd get him back there, though.
I can carry him. He doesn't look too heavy.
Carry him?
Yeah, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
Just... please be careful.
I will.
I crouch down and approach him slowly, keeping my hand out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail to help reassure him. Instead of running away, he just flops onto his back, asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean I can see his ribs. Then I scoop him up. He woofs in surprise, but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm.
That wasn't so bad.
Both Aspen and Lena crowd in to pet him now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride.
Okay, he's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
All right, I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get there. See you tomorrow, Lena.
Later, boss! Later, Miho! Oh, later, puppy!
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Though the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind it too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen also holds him a couple times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than with me, so her turns don't last as long. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting just inside.
Oh my, isn't he precious?
The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess.
Let's take him upstairs.
I don't want to set him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's been pretty calm, but that could change once he's recharged. I'll go to my room, where I finally put the dog on the floor. Start sniffing around immediately, although there isn't much to sniff. I watch for any signs of trouble, but he's good.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half-full glass of water on my desk. I set it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can, the glass too big for his tongue to reach all of it.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then...
That was weird, just skip that. We'll go back in the log.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
There we go, okay. Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor and the dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse and he's bony. Can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. Juliet returns soon, setting the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese.
It's not the healthiest meal, but it should keep his belly full for a little bit.
The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor from the force of his munching, and he smacks his lips while he tries to chew the banana.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him. Even if it's just until we find his real owner, if he has one. I don't want to just kick him back out.
Oh, heavens! I wouldn't dream of just tossing him back out on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
I've only had this puppy around for a couple of hours, but I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go back to. They're all things I can relate to.
I don't see why not, then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
Right. I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me but doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he really does seem totally exhausted.
He must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
I look up at Juliet, smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
After sundown that evening, I grab my fishing pole and make my way to the waterfront. Juliet agreed to look after the dog while I'm gone, even though I could be out for hours. It's finally time. This morning I got a call from Mr. Kim saying that the king of the ocean had been spotted close by yesterday, and he should be passing by Wellington tonight. After months of waiting, or a whole year of it in Mr. Kim's case, finally get our chance at seeing the legendary fish. Down by the bay, there are a lot more fishers out than usual. Some have tents and chairs set up, while others only brought their gear. Mr. Kim is waiting on the pier like usual.
Good to see you, Miho. Feeling lucky today?
I sure hope so. It's packed out there.
Sure is. Tonight's one of those nights that we fishermen dream of.
How long do you think it'll be until he gets here?
Hard to say. There's a whole network of folks who watch the waters all up and down the coast, and they'll give us a ring if anyone spots him. But there's no guarantee that he'll be close enough to see. Sometimes he passes through deeper waters before coming inland somewhere else.
So, what you're saying is we could be here all night.
It's a certain possibility. Sleepiness has ended many an angler's quest to spot the king. If you have to go early, I'll understand.
Are you gonna stay out here the whole time?
If that's what it takes. Or if I hear that he skipped over us this year.
I'll stay too. I've waited this long to see him. I can't just give up at the end.
That's the spirit. I've got coffee and black tea to help keep sleep away.
We walk to the end of the pier and sit down, keeping our rods close by. The setting sun makes for a beautiful sky that I tilt my head up to admire. Mr. Kim does the same.
Mother Nature sure knows how to paint, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little chilly, especially out here in the water, and I wrap my arms around myself to stay warm.
If we don't catch him this year, will you try again next year?
Of course. And again, and again.
What if we do get him?
I think once is enough for me. Beyond that, I'll just be getting greedy. You can bet I'll still be out here, though, even if I'm not fishing for the king.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep trying for as long as you have.
Oh? Why's that? It's easy. You just start, and then you don't stop. I'd like to catch the king, of course, but I've come to enjoy the waiting just as much. It's something to look forward to. If I miss him, I'm disappointed, of course, but it just means that I get to try for another year.
When I first started fishing, I thought all the waiting around was pretty boring. I kind of get it now, though.
There's an understanding between us fisher folk and the sea, I think. It's give and take on both sides.
What do you give to the ocean?
Time. Patience. Like any friend, it needs attention for your relationship to grow. Whether that's cleaning up garbage from the shores or teaching someone to appreciate the joys of fishing.
Two of us sit together for hours, trading stories about the places we've been. Mr. Kim tells me about the Korea he comes from, and I tell him about mine. He even pulls out a thermos of maotong, spicy fish stew, for us to share. It's as delicious as the dinner he shared with me a couple months ago. As the evening winds on, a lot of the fishers waiting by the shore gradually get up and go home. Guess they must be getting tired of waiting. Mr. Kim and I pass some of the time by fishing for other things or walking around to give our legs a break. As twilight starts to come to an end, my ears twitch, picking up the sound of distant shouting. It starts far away, probably too far for Mr. Kim to hear. When he notices me tilting my head to listen, he walks over. Shouting starts to get louder as it gets closer. It's not one person yelling, but a chain of them, the message being carried along the coast.
He's here! They spotted the king!
All up and down the beach, the fishers are hopping to their feet and casting their lines. Some were in the middle of leaving, hurry back to the shore.
He's here!
Mr. Kim's voice echoes as he passes along the news to the people on the other side.
Let's go, Miho!
Both of us cast our lines out, and I lean forward to try to glimpse the fish himself.
Where is he?
He could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
Mr. Kim shades his eyes with one hand to search around, and I see other fishers doing the same. Wonder how far from here the king was actually spotted. How many people are waiting for him? The news could have come from pretty far away. The ocean looks the same as ever to me, lapping gently against the pier we're standing. Occasionally someone reels in a normal fish, but nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly I notice something sparkling in the water, several meters away from where we are. At first I think it's just a trick of the light, but then it moves, disappearing and reappearing a little bit closer. I tug on Mr. Kim's shoulder to get his attention and point.
Hey, is that?
The sparkling disappears and doesn't resurface. Both of us watch with bated breath, ready to start reeling at the first sign of a bite.
There!
Mr. Kim stabs a finger towards the sea, and I watch the spot he's pointing at. Sure enough, I see that light again. This time it's close enough to see the vague shape of a fish, but not clear enough to see, or not near enough to see clearly.
The king?
The glittering fish slowly comes closer, moving in short bursts. Sometimes it dashes off in another direction, then wriggles back towards us. Finally, it comes into view. The king of the ocean swims in front of us, 4 long whiskers streaming from his face. His scales are shades of beautiful blue and purple, but shine with other colors too as sunlight hits him. He's bigger than any fish I've ever seen, but still smaller than a person. Swimming just below the surface, his top fin sometimes breaks through the water. Get a good glimpse of his big eyes as he passes us by. The sparkles disappear as he dives down deeper on his way.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed! I've never seen him that close before. This must be my lucky day after all.
Even though he didn't stop for us, my heart races with the thrill of seeing the king at all.
That was worth the wait.
He was so far out that I'll bet a lot of fishers on the shore didn't get to see him at all.
Glad you think so. Well, I wonder where he'll be.
Mr. Kim cuts off mid-sentence as we both see the same thing. The sparkle of the king's scales reappear near the pier. King comes closer and closer and then dives down again and disappears. Mr. Kim and I look at each other. I hold my breath as if moving could spook the fish. Seconds pass, then a minute. Then, I feel a tug.
I've got a bite!
Reel it in, Miho!
I try, but the fish on the other end is fighting back. I have to hold my hands tight just to avoid having the fishing rod yanked out of them.
I need help!
Mr. Kim comes to my side and grabs the handle too. Both of us work together to pull and reel, and slowly, I feel us start to gain ground. The two of us brace ourselves, then pull as hard as we can. With a huge splash, the king breaks through the surface, dangling from the end of our line. He hangs there for a moment, looking at us like he's judging us. The two of us stare back in silent awe as I realize something. The king let us win. After only a couple seconds, he opens his mouth and spits out the lure, freeing himself and plunging back into the ocean. All that remains are the ripples, and in a moment, even those are gone too. Other fishers who saw what happened start to gather around, congratulating us and cursing us. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh while I try to stay to the side and avoid as much attention as I can. It takes a while for the crowd to disperse before finally leaving us alone.
Well, Miho, we did it!
Yeah. I can't believe he came back to us.
Maybe he didn't like the look of what they were serving farther up the shore. Either way, thanks for helping an old dream come true.
I ought to thank you. Besides, we reeled him in together.
That we did. My wife will never believe it. I guess that's what I get for exaggerating about the size of some of my past catches. That's alright, though. You and I will both know the truth.
Yeah. Plus the 7 years of good luck, right?
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it'll only be 3.5 for each of us, though. Hmm? I'd say that's more than enough.
Yeah, me too.
Sun has finally gone down by the time Mr. Kim and I pack up to head home. Before he climbs onto his bike, he gives me one last wave.
Well, we won't be preparing for the king, but will I see you down at the fishing spot again?
Of course! I've still got a whole lot more to learn.
That's the spirit. Until next time, Miho.
See you later!
So yeah, my one complaint about the final of the game, and the reason why we're doing this as a longer stream, is that it is just sort of rapid fire, wrapping up these stories. So, if you're wondering, like, no, those transitions are kind of awkward, JD. They are. So. When I wake up, the dog is already awake and staring at me from the floor, ready to go. The two of us go downstairs and join Juliet for breakfast, where she's prepared another bowl of fruit and bread for the dog. Can dogs eat that? He eats it, but even if he's only going to be here for a couple days, he'll need more than people food.
I think I'm gonna go buy some dog food for him. I can get that at most stores, right?
Yes, it shouldn't be difficult to find.
I check my wallet. I have plenty of money since Juliet pays for my library work, but there's hardly ever anything I need for myself. This will be as good as use as any.
Do you mind watching him while I go?
Not at all.
Thanks!
I kneel down and pet the dog's head. I've already learned one of his favorite spots, right at the base of his ears. Give him a good scratch.
Okay, stay here with Juliet, alright?
I really am turning into Aspen with how much I talk to the dog. Before he stays put for a moment, he follows me to the front door before I can leave. I gently push him back with my foot.
No, you can't come with me.
Dog paws at my leg, looking at me expectantly. Once more, I let him outside to relieve himself, but even after he finishes that, he won't go back into the library without me.
You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you?
Sighing, I accept my fate. I let Juliet know about the change of plans, and then the dog and I start walking. He stays near to me, sometimes going off the path to sniff something, but he always returns. Each time he starts to walk away, I feel a tinge of worry that he won't come back. But that possibility is just something I have to accept. Even if some details of my past have gotten hazy for me, I can still remember how it feels to need to run and escape. If the dog decides that what he needs to do, that's not my place to stop him. Still, I'm relieved every time he stops sniffing and returns to my side. Eventually we get into town and I find a pet store. There's a sign on the window saying the dogs are allowed inside, which is what I was hoping for. Bell rings when we walk in, although it doesn't sound as pretty as the one at the Bell House. I wander around until I find the dog food section. There are more choices here than I thought. Big bags, small bags, red bags, blue bags. I'm not sure which one to pick. The dog sniffs each of them in turn. I watch to see if one gets his interest more than the others, but it doesn't seem like he's picky. Try to find the one that has the most similar looking dog in the front.
Guess I'll go with this one.
On the way to the front, the dog veers off down another aisle, and I follow beside to see what's got his attention. Of course, it's the toy aisle. Just like in the food section, there's dozens on display. He sniffs them all even more furiously than the kibble. It's a small basket of plastic toys on the ground, and he pulls one out with his mouth. Looks like a cartoon squirrel, and its tail squeaks when he bites it. Gives it a good shake, getting a few more squeaks in the process. His tail wags even faster than his head, and he looks up at me eagerly. I reach for the toy, but he hops away, then crouches down, tail still going, daring me to try to take it again. I do, but he instantly jumps out once more, shaking and squeaking the toy again.
Okay, you can keep it. But come on, I gotta pay.
It's been a long time since I've stolen anything. Now that I can actually pay for things, I can't see myself stealing again. I feel kind of guilty about things I took in the past, but I only ever did what I had to in order to survive. Once I had support from others in my life, and the help I needed to get my feet off the ground, Stealing stopped being something I felt like I had to do. At the counter, I used 2 fingers to hold the slobbery toy so the cashier can scan it before returning it to the dog. I tuck the bag of food under one arm, and then we start walking home. We reach a crosswalk, arriving right as the light changes to send traffic across our path. I come to a halt while I wait, switching which arm I use to carry the bag since it's getting sore. But the puppy doesn't stop with me. Instead, he doesn't even look back as he runs out onto the road, eager to get back to the library. Car horn blares as it barrels towards us down the road, too close to be able to brake in time. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop the bag of food and dash out into the road, despite knowing how dumb that is. I grab the dog as I sprint by, barely hauling ourselves out of the way of the passing car. Driver understandably gives me a rude gesture as he goes. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if I offended it by the rough treatment, with my hand still holding him tightly.
You dummy! She could have died right there!
The squirrel toy in his mouth squeaks as he squirms in my grip. That was way too close for comfort. If I'd just been one step further away, it would have been too late to rescue the dog. Probably would have gotten myself hit for my troubles, too. Behind us and across the street, the bag of food lies on its side with some kibble strewn across the ground from the spot where it tore when I dropped it. Whether the dog wants to run away or stay with me is up to him, but I can't let him get himself hurt or worse. I have only one choice. I hoist the dog up and hold him with one arm, just like the dog food bag that I got back and retrieved before we start walking again. It doesn't squirm as much as he did yesterday, which helps a lot. But still, by the time we make it back to the library, both my arms feel like they're ready to fall off. When I set the dog down, he strolls up to the library door as if nothing happened, waiting for me to let him in. I guess in his mind, nothing did happen. He's got no clue how lucky he was. A long time ago, Juliet said that sometimes the best is all you can do. It goes for puppies, too. If I'd been born a city dog instead of a fox, I doubt I would have been much different. Still, I have to think it's a miracle that any dog makes it to adulthood, especially strays like him. Okay, we're gonna take a little break here so I can drink. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer and then lets me take it to my room. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly, and then I wait. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes in. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. The tiny person-shaped bubble on the notification dissolves, and for a second there's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. Then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello!
Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
I'm Minsa. No problem. Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was going to turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money. I'm still a bit confused, though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
Yeah. After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin. You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
Sure, that works for me.
Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing. They didn't have any kids of their own. But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids. They were part of the young bun class, a noble and a scholar. But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Minso speaks with a practiced tone, like she's given this speech a few times. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved. Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal. Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes. My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I brought my scroll down from my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time since Halloween. Please be happy. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera so Minseo can see. She leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah, although I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting, right? I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor. I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive, and I definitely believe that.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something. Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from my mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Minseo tells me more about Jianing's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then all of a sudden, Minseo's eyes go wide like she's had some huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
She gets up and runs off screen, leaving me with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I look down at my scroll. Somehow I've always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. But somehow finding out that isn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful to, or left an impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. A few seconds later, Minseo returns the computer and sits down, carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes, they'd include a butterfly in their signature, or hide one in their paintings, because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started to include something else instead. Can you see her?
She holds up the scroll to her camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they sign their name, is a little picture of a fox. Of me?
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work. I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
The drawing consists of just a few brushstrokes that make a head and ears and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I can picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I'd always wondered if our time together was important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
I can feel the threat of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but...
I take a deep breath. They were human, so my question is only natural. But still... Exhaling, I make myself ask.
How'd they die?
Minso smiles.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
So then... It sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry. So I just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course, of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Minseo can tell I'm having a tough time holding it together, because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww. Well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess, if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right? Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids, like my great, whatever.
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. Silver called us sisters, but just barely. Makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Minseo agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. So glad she's understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting me. The second our call ends, I let out the sob I was holding back. But I was done crying over Zhang, but apparently not. Except this time, it's the good kind of crying. After all my searching, and even after their death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. Try to imagine what their home must have been like. Their wife and kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling just like when we met, going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them. Just like me, really. Someday, I'd like to return to some of those places I've been before and see them properly, instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that Zhang felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path that they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing I can now say for sure. They would have been proud of me. A few minutes later, I'm still trying to pull myself together when the dog comes up to me and paws at my leg insistently. I can't help but smile. Whatever I'm going through doesn't matter to him at all. He just wants to go outside, of course. My life and tears don't really make a difference to him one way or the other. And really, that helps keep me grounded. I'm glad to have some closure when it comes to Zhang, and to know they were the kind of person I imagined them to be. Their kindness and memory will never stop being special to me. I finally feel like I can say they're in the past. Time passed quickly than I could have ever imagined, but it still passed. It moved on, and now I need to as well. After wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, I stand up, and the dog spins in an excited circle as I reach for the door. He runs straight for the kitchen, stopping right outside the cabinet where I stored his food. His nose quivers and he huffs like a pig as he waits for me to catch up.
Didn't take you long to get used to this, did it?
He barks at me with just a single short yap, but I can imagine him telling me to hurry up.
Alright, give me a second.
Grab a clean bowl from the cupboard and scoop him out some dinner. As the kibble clatters into the dish, he excitedly prances about, getting a snout into the bowl before it's even on the floor. His tail wags as he chows down, inhaling half his meal without even chewing. I reach towards him, but he growls at me with a mouthful of dog food.
Chill, I'm not taking it. I'd pour my own bowl if I wanted some. Besides, I don't think I could stand the taste anymore.
Still, I keep my distance, just so I don't spook him. Finally, after he's done, he leaves the kitchen and heads right back up towards my room. It's gotten comfortable here much faster than I did. I wonder if it feels like home yet. After taking yesterday off, I sit down at the library desk with the dog for the first time. He does his usual prancing and sniffing since it's the first time he's really explored this area. Keep an eye on him while I start the day's task, but he just flops on the floor near my feet and dozes. Eventually, the first person who needs help comes to the desk, carrying a couple books with them.
Hi there, I'd like to... Oh my god!
The sound of a new voice gets the puppy to stand up, and the lady across from me melts when she sees him.
He's adorable. Can I pet him?
Sure.
It's not really up to me. If he doesn't want to be pet, he'll just walk away. The next person shows up more or less does the same thing, and the person after them too. As the day gets later and the library gets busier, at least half the people who come in ask to pet the dog. Pretty sure some of the help requests I get are just excuses to come see him. He handles it all pretty well though, even leaving my side to go explore and visit with folks by himself. A little bit later, after lunchtime, the front door opens slowly. I look up from the form I'm working on to see one of the last people I expected.
Silver!
She isn't wearing her mask, so I get a clear view of her face as she narrows at the name, but approaches me all the same.
Miho.
I haven't seen Silver since Halloween. after she gave me back my scroll and disappeared into the night. More than once I've thought about going up to Mount Victoria to look for her, but haven't. Felt like I should give her some space after last time. She stops at the desk, standing across from me. Surrounded by books and other guests, plus being in the broad daylight, she looks a little out of place. A short bark from next to me startles her, and she blinks in surprise as the dog runs around the desk to stand at her feet and yap at her directly.
A friend of yours?
Something like that. I found him at the park, and I've been taking care of him for a couple days.
He's a dog in the true sense of the word, then.
As far as I know, yeah, you finally got it right.
Her lips curl, but into a smile and not a sneer. Although she doesn't try to pet him, she looks down at the dog with some amusement. He stopped barking and instead sniffs her furiously, looking between her and me like he's trying to figure something out.
He seems happy.
You can read his aura?
No, I don't need to, though.
Deciding she's either boring or not a threat, the dog comes back to my side and lies down again, gnawing quietly on his chew toy. Silver looks back to me, but then her eyes narrow again.
Your being.
Oh, yeah.
I take off my necklace and hold it so she can see the cracks starting to appear.
It started doing this a couple days ago.
Keeping her distance, she inspects it warily. In the palm of my hand where the bead itself sits, I can feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat, although it doesn't sync up with my own.
So not much longer, then.
Right.
It feels a little awkward to acknowledge, like I'm beating her in a race I didn't mean to participate in. But there's not any point in denying it either.
I'm kinda scared of what's gonna happen next, to tell you the truth.
Scared? Why?
Change, I guess.
Chuniho, Sky Fox. Just thinking the words summons visions of blue skies and rolling forests in my mind. The pulse in my palm quickens.
Hey, I have a question. What do you think would happen if I broke it?
Broke what?
This.
I hold my bead up closer and she takes an instinctive half step back.
If I just crushed it or got rid of it instead of swallowing it. If that's even possible.
Spindly breaks that cover the bead make it look like it could fall apart at any second, like if even a light wind could shatter it. I can only imagine what Silver must be thinking. She's probably shocked that I'm even asking, but she keeps any scorn she's feeling off her face, and finally she shrugs.
I know not, nor why you would even consider such a thing. Though I have a guess. The magic within our fox bean is as much a part of us as our breath and blood. Perhaps there is no life without it. Or perhaps we'd be no different than beasts.
You mean you think I'd turn back into a fox?
Maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't say. I've never heard of any of her sisters ever trying.
A lump forms in my throat that I force back down.
I never thought of that. It makes sense though, huh? Since it was the bead that made me what I am.
She jabs a finger in my face, hand hovering over my necklace.
Shut up.
Huh?
I only said it was possible. I doubt it would happen. Either way, how dare you? Your bead is but a means to an end. It may have given you a chance, but it was you who took it. Every step you've taken has been your own. It made you nothing but capable.
Silver holds her arm out, putting her shining bracelet into clear view.
Whoever or whatever you are now, you can never be a normal fox again, even were you to take the form of one. Still, what power your being does offer has been ever in your service. Should you choose to discard it, I fail to see why it wouldn't respect your final wish.
Up close like this, I'm able to see Silver's bracelet clearly for the first time. The light makes it difficult, but not impossible. Though my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical one in my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see what they are before Silver shoves her hand back into her pocket, burying the light. I put my necklace back on.
Thanks. I feel a lot better hearing you say that.
I told you so. To think otherwise would be insulting.
In Silver's language, that's just how you say, "You're welcome."
Anyway, none of that is the reason I came here. I've come to keep my end of a promise. I'm leaving tomorrow.
What? So soon?
The news hits me like a punch in the gut, even though she told me she was planning this a long time ago.
Soon? I've already stayed longer than I intended. There's nothing more for me to be had here.
That's not true. There's...
Nothing more to be found, I should say.
Abruptly, her voice softens. For maybe the first time ever, Silver's tone is gentle.
Your path may end here for now, but mine goes ever on. Perhaps someday it will come to a similar end, but not today, nor tomorrow. Surely you understand.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow, help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now as we're starting to become friends. Or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But also, just like how I've already vowed to let the dog go if he wants to leave, I know I can't keep her here. And just like with Aspen, as much as I might want to do more, all I can do is try to support her. The rest is up to Silver.
Yeah. I understand. I'm coming to see you off, though.
Silver considers for a second.
Fine. I'll come to you here in the morning. Early. Be ready.
I will.
Good. I've said all I came to say then. Until tomorrow.
Without another word, she turns and heads for the door, disappearing through it just like she disappeared into the trees. Judging by the knock at my window, it turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over in bed, not totally sure that I'm not dreaming. Time to see Silver gesture at me and then leap from the tree again. A few minutes and lots of eye-rubbing later, I'm ready and outside to meet her, with the dog staying behind without any argument this time. Silver's carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting. Instead, we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being good enough conversationalist for her. It's easier to get more out of her silence than it is many others, too. The fact that she let me come along on this last trip, much less came to me, says a lot. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, a couple of them roaming around empty too. Silver walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. Makes our journey pretty short, though. The glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. This is the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's ready to see her off again. Wonder what Silver's thinking about right now. She's still feeling sad at all and preparing to miss this place. Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance, facing the double glass doors. Our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
In Korean, Un for silver, Bi for rain. Silver rain. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
I hope she sees me grin.
I think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either. I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
She looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Even if I'm Unbi now.
You've been Unbi the whole time.
Like always, I can tell she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes hers with a tiny smile.
Shame. Goodbye, Miho.
Goodbye, Unbi.
Takes her just a couple of steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Yunbi doesn't look back when she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself, and only myself. Finally, I turn around too, start making my way back home. The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one. Aspen enters just after closing time, with a small wrapped package in her hands.
Aspen! I didn't know you were coming.
I drop what I'm doing to go greet her at the door. The dog does too, as she stoops down to pet him.
That's because I wanted it to be a surprise. Also because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get off work in time. But we managed.
Ooh, a surprise?
She shakes the box she's holding. Its contents rattle generically.
Right. I have a present, but I'm afraid it's not for you.
For Juliet?
Aspen just smiles in response. She takes my hand and I let her lead me towards the kitchen. The dog follows behind us. Juliet's already there.
Ah, Aspen. Good evening.
Hello, hello.
She sets the box on the table and then takes a seat with a sigh, just like she was showing up for breakfast.
This is the first time I've been able to sit down in hours.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must be exhausted.
It's fine. This is important after all.
I'm totally confused by now.
Wait, Juliet knew you were coming? I thought your present was for her.
Nope. I just said it wasn't for you. Although you'll still need to open it because it's for him.
She gestures at the puppy, who's on the ground, chewing on his own foot. Aspen slides the box across the table towards me, and I lift it up. It isn't very heavy. Both Aspen and Juliet watch me eagerly.
Here goes.
Slice a hole in the wrapping paper, then rip it all away in one go. Beneath it is a box with brightly colored letters. I try to sound them out slowly.
Deluxe printer ink cartridges.
Aspen, who'd been leaning forward in anticipation, deflates a little.
Not quite. That was the only box I could find. Open it up too.
Quite an expensive gift. Printer ink, oh my goodness. I use one of my nails to cut the tape on the box and pop it open. Inside are a small collar and a leash. I lift them out gently.
It might be a little big for him now, but I thought he'd grow into it soon. Without having him with me, I just had to guess what the right size was.
I look from Aspen to Juliet to the dog, then back to Juliet.
Does this mean...
Indeed. They're gifts for the newest member of our household. I've searched, and I can't find anyone looking for a lost dog like him. Nor has anyone reached out to me about it either. As he's already house-trained, clearly lived in a house at one point. But it seems that was a long time ago. I don't believe he'll be going back. And besides, he seems happy to be here. He's already found himself a home with you.
The dog himself gets up and comes to sniff the accessories in my hands.
While I'm sure I know the answer already, I feel I should ask all the same. Would you like to keep him?
I look down at the animal beside me. If someone had tried to put a collar on me, or if someone had tried to keep me, I would have done everything in my power to avoid it. Kicked, bitten, ran, whatever. There's no way I'd have allowed someone to control me like that. But he's not me. Already the dog is looking healthier than when I found him. He's filled out a bit and his ribs don't poke out as much. He's been better behaved than I would have been too. Juliet even said he must have lived in a house before. I've seen that he doesn't always know how to take care of himself either. If I hadn't taken him from the park that day, it would have been a matter of time before he got hurt, like when he almost got hit by a car. I grew up in the wild, always looking after myself, but he needs a little help. When I look back at my friends, their faces are slightly concerned. Probably expected me to answer yes right away.
I want to keep him. But what if he doesn't want to stay? He's been comfy here so far, but what if that changes?
Why not ask him?
He doesn't know any words like Percy and Byron. I just talk to him anyway.
Those two are very well spoken, I'll have you know, but that's not what I meant. Don't you remember back on...
Her face goes a little red.
that day I asked you out? You were telling me how animals don't have to communicate with words. Could you maybe ask him as a fox?
I hadn't thought of that.
I haven't transformed in a while. I haven't had any reason to. Aspen's right, though. Maybe there are some things that I can say that way. Setting leash and collar on the table, I take a couple steps away from the dog and change forms. More than ever before, I can feel the magic coursing out of my bead and into my body like blood. The sensation of my limbs shortening, my face changing and fur growing out, stand out more than usual. They aren't uncomfortable, but I'm used to barely noticing it at all. When my transformation is complete, the dog begins to growl, his hackles raised and tail stiff, and he backs away slowly. He's clearly afraid, but the nuances of what he's trying to say are hard for me to pick up, because I'm so out of practice. It's like when I try to speak Korean after a long time. Danger, danger, fear, missing, where? I get the impression that he wants to know what happened to me. The me he knows that suddenly disappeared. Probably he's never seen a fox before, but he instantly identifies me as a threat. Above us, Juliet and Aspen watch anxiously. I brush my tails from side to side, to keep my ears and body language friendly. I try to impress upon him that I'm not dangerous, and the creature he's looking for is his person. Danger, doubt, danger, fear, doubt. Instead of growling or barking or any of the other sounds I'd make to talk to other foxes, it's more like I have to try to will my thoughts across to him. I try to convey that he can trust me, that he knows me still. The growls soften, but he keeps his distance and fur raised as he sniffs the air. Doubt, doubt, trust, doubt, danger? Just a couple inches away, I stop and lay down on the ground, showing him that I trust him in return and know that he's not a threat to me. Doubt, doubt, trust, trust, trust. Finally, he approaches me and his nose goes still. We look into each other's eyes, then he gives me a gentle kiss on the snout. Trust. I nuzzle against him, showing him that his faith is well placed. As I do, I try to convey other feelings to him in the same way as him. Home? I tell him. Stay? I ask. Home. Stay. Safe. Imagine him settling down here like I have, till everything is familiar, going to sleep well-fed and safe and waking up rested. Maybe he had that before. If so, I don't know how anyone could have just abandoned him and left him to fend for himself. I don't know how they could be so cruel. If there's one thing I can promise, it's that I'd never let that happen. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself anymore, I wouldn't just abandon him, I wouldn't leave him all alone. His tail thwacks against the wall as he wags it. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it too hard. Home, 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 home. I transform back into my other form. This time, he doesn't seem bothered at all. Picking up the leash and collar back, I finally smile at Aspen and Juliet.
He's gonna stay.
Aspen helps me put the collar onto the dog, and then we head out in the backyard with him.
I'm glad it fits all right. He doesn't seem to mind too much either.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Maybe he's used to it.
Or maybe he knew you were doing something good for him.
Aspen and I sit down on the steps while the dog runs around. He finds a ball that he left out here earlier and brings it over to me to throw. I toss it, but not too far, and he hurries off to get it.
Have you thought about what you're going to name him?
No, not really. I guess he needs one though, huh?
It's better than just calling him the dog all the time.
Right. Well, if I was gonna be consistent, then I should probably call him Og or Uppy.
Aspen laughs.
Perfect. I know who to ask if I'm ever struggling to name a character someday.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before she left today, Silver told me she'd picked a name for herself too. She chose Eunbi. It means silver rain in Korean.
That's gorgeous. I like that she kept silver as part of it. I suppose that means you helped name her too.
You're right. I wonder if she thought about it that way. I'll bet she'd change it on the spot if I ever asked her. I wish you could have talked to her more. I wish I could have too.
I'd have liked to know her better as well.
For her story?
That's part of it. But it's not the only reason. From what you've told me about her, she seems like a good person deep down, who hasn't had the opportunity to express that much. She seems like someone who could have come to be an important part of our lives. Not to say that she isn't already important to you.
Like him.
Not too far away, the dog rolls around in the grass, kicking his feet in the air. My dog.
Yes, exactly. You said it yourself about Eunbi. The two of you are like family. And now this fellow is part of the family too.
I pat my leg and the dog instantly sits up to walk over to us, greeting each of us with a lick on the hand. I think
Happy.
How did it? Did it again. I think about what Juliet said a few minutes ago when she was telling me he could stay. Suddenly it comes to me.
His name is Happy.
Happy looks up at me, his tongue lolling out the side of his face in a smile. Aspen giggles.
Do you like that name?
I ask him the question, knowing that I won't get an answer. Still, it just feels polite to ask. Even though I chose to do it as a human, not a fox.
I'm sure he does. A saying that I appreciate is that names are a gift that someone gives you. And if it doesn't fit, you can exchange it for one that does. In this case, I think it suits him perfectly.
Watching the dog close his eyes in comfort as he keeps getting attention, I'm glad Aspen agrees.
Now that you mention it, I've done a lot of name exchanging too.
You only started going by Miho here in Welly, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
She taps her forehead.
I'm good at remembering important things, and Miho things are important.
I lean against her, resting my head on Aspen's shoulder.
I think I like being Miho. All the good things in my life started happening after I picked that name.
I like you being Miho too.
The two of us sit for a while more, playing with Happy, till he gets too tired to keep chasing the ball. Taking that as a sign that we should call it a night, all three of us head inside together.
And here you are.
With a flourish, Aspen slides 2 plates onto the table between Juliet and me. There's fresh cut fruit, some warm potatoes, and a sandwich made with bacon and cheese. I hardly ever have meat anymore, so it's a rare treat.
Whoa! This looks really good!
I'm glad I haven't lost my touch. I don't do this kind of table service very often, you know.
I know! We must be your favorite customers or something.
Maybe, but don't tell the rest of them.
Today is Aspen's last day at this bell house, so she invited Juliet and I to breakfast for a change of pace. Happy came along too, of course, and his leash is tightly tied to my chair. Juliet shifts her parasol a little bit to match the rising sun. She sips her tea and smiles warmly.
There's a reason this is our favorite cafe to visit.
Soon to be second favorite, I hope.
Aspen leans against the railing, looking up at the sky. The sun really highlights the bags beneath her eyes, and all the small things that probably only I notice, such as how her apron is tied more sloppily than she usually likes, how her hair is done up roughly. Still, this close to the finish line, she looks a lot better than she did when she was working on her book. Happier and more content, instead of looking like she's going to fall over at any moment. There's no one else who deserves it more. She catches me looking at her and pretends to glare.
Your sandwich is getting cold, Miho. I worked hard on that, you know.
Sorry.
I lift it up and take a big bite. Just like the strawberry croissants, it's messy but delicious. Don't they make anything here to eat that doesn't come with a stack of napkins? I still managed to finish it in a hurry.
That was so good! I didn't even know you had them on the menu. Or I'd have ordered one before.
It's not on the menu. It's just something I put together myself. I had to mark out a lot of different items to make it. But if you think so highly of it, then maybe I'll think about adding it to my store.
You should! I'll eat one every day.
Every day is an awfully long time.
It was that good.
I saved a little bite for Happy, who's currently protecting us from everyone who passes by. He doesn't bark or growl, but he keeps pace with them, walking as far as his leash will let him before going back to the start. He never tries to get too far, though.
Happy!
tilts his head and then comes running, and I hold out the treat on the palm of my hand, being as careful not to bite me as he can, pulls it away with his tongue and munches, well, happily.
Perhaps you should consider a dog-sized version on the menu too.
That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. I should make sure to keep some dog biscuits, though. I'll have to write that down.
From one of the pockets on her apron, Aspen retrieves something I haven't seen in a while. A small notebook and a pen. She starts to write something down and then freezes.
Oh, Juliet, I just remembered.
Setting the book on the table, Aspen hurries into the cafe. Juliet and I both watch her go. Even Juliet seems a little surprised. But 10 seconds later, the door flies open and Aspen is back, carrying a different piece of paper.
Regina approved my idea to put a reading corner in the new store. I was wondering if you would let me borrow a few books to stock it. Maybe it could even be an extension of the library.
She holds up the paper, showing us a sketch of what it'll look like. Several wooden shelves line one wall, and on the other side is a tall bookshelf that separates the reading spot from the counter and kitchen.
It hasn't been set up yet, but they'll be installing it tomorrow. So on opening day, all that will be left to do is fill the shelves.
Juliet claps with delight.
I love that idea. It would be my pleasure to share our collections.
Aspen beams, and I can't help but smile too, for both of them. I know that in a sense, this is another dream come true for Aspen.
Why don't you come by tomorrow and pick out a few, and we can bring them to you at the opening?
That sounds great. I already have a list somewhere. I started daydreaming a little bit when I first came up with the idea.
I sit back and listen to the two of them chat about books for a while. It's nostalgic. All the names and titles go over my head, as unknown to me as they were months ago. This time, though, I don't mind. I don't feel left out. I wait for their conversation to reach a lull before clearing my throat. Something I want to talk about, too. Something I've only become more sure of since yesterday.
Hey, speaking of new jobs and stuff, I've been thinking about maybe trying something new, instead of working at the library. If Juliet doesn't mind.
Of course not. Please, follow your heart, and I'll always support you. Is there something in particular you want to try?
Yeah. It's something I just thought of a couple days ago, but that felt right as soon as I did.
On the ground beside me, Happy hasn't left since I gave him that bite of sandwich, even though he hasn't gotten anything else since then either.
It was something this guy made me realize I want to do too. I want to try to help out at the nature preserve. Yesterday, Aspen said that Happy kind of reminded her of Envy. That's Silver's new name, by the way. It's the first one she picked for herself. Anyway, not just them, but also that bird. The one I found in the woods that we weren't able to save. I think about it a lot. I want to try helping others like that. Other birds and dogs and whatever they have there. Like how someone helped me before too. Lots of someones, I mean.
Oh, Miho, that's wonderful! How perfect for you! I'd be glad to give you a recommendation to Amaya. I believe they're always looking for volunteers. After a while, you could even apply to work there, like Amaya does. But listen to me getting ahead of myself. I'm already so excited for you.
Thanks.
Aspen looks a little more concerned.
I agree. That does sound like something that would be just right. But what about your magic? With the library, it's not a big deal since you live with Juliet. You couldn't see all your co-workers every day, though.
Yeah. I've thought about that. I think I have an idea, but I'm not too sure about it yet.
Really? What were you thinking?
I don't want to say right now. I'm still thinking about it. I'll make up my mind soon, though.
I could tell Aspen wants to know more, but she forces herself to stiffly nod all the same.
All right, you can tell us when you're ready. Thank you. It won't be long, promise.
It's not that I don't want to tell her, it's just that I don't want her to get her hopes up. I'm kind of afraid to get my own hopes up. I take a breath, feeling my bead rise and fall on my chest. Maybe I'm just afraid in general. Still, I swallow that fear, pushing it to the back of my mind. I can brood and ponder later. Right now I just want to focus on what I've got, enjoying this meal and moment. In Juliet's typically reliable fashion, she managed to get a call set up for me with Amaya that same evening. At least this time, unlike with Mincio, I don't have a whole day to fret about it beforehand. Instead, there's only 10 or 15 minutes between when she tells me she's going to reach out and when she comes to my room to offer me the phone. It's only voice, not video, which makes it a little less stressful. Still, I have to calm my nerves a bit before I'm actually able to answer.
Hello?
Something I've been working on is how loud I talk when I'm using the phone. I always end up yelling since I can't really hear myself, but I've been trying to fix that for Aspen's sake. Just love that. It's such a very in-character thing. Still, I'm self-conscious about it as I press the phone to my ear.
Hi there, Miho, right? I'm Amaya at the Preserve. Nice to meet you.
Thanks. Nice to meet you too.
If all goes well, this should be the last time I ever have to introduce myself to someone for the second time.
Juliet tells me you're interested in helping out around here and that you have a pretty extensive history with animals. Is that right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Awesome. I'll be honest, we could really use a hand right now. Or 2 or 4 if you got 'em. As far as I'm concerned, a friend of Juliet's is a friend of mine. There's still a few questions I gotta ask you though, both as a formality and just to get to know you better. No pressure. These aren't the kinds of questions you have to study for. Is that okay?
Yep.
Saying no pressure ever actually made someone feel less pressure.
Great. First up, why do you want to help out here? Be as big or as specific as you want.
Because I want to help animals. I don't know if Juliet told you, but I used to be a fox.
No kidding. Bushy tail and everything?
9 of them.
Incredible. You'll fit right in. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Right. Back when I was a fox, someone saved me. And that's how I ended up turning into a person. Then once I got here to Welly, Julia helped me out a lot too. I like people a lot more than I used to now, but I still know animals pretty well. Better than most humans, I bet.
I love that. Okay, next question. What kind of work is it that you want to do? A lot of people, they sign up to help out here thinking it's going to be all clean and tidy like a hospital. It isn't. Animals are messy and dangerous, and you can't get mad at them when they screw up. Believe me, it's useless. It's a lot of dirty work. It's a lot of being careful and still sometimes getting hurt. What I'm saying is, it's not easy. Is that something you're okay with?
Yeah, I am. When I said how I got helped out, back when I was a fox, I got my leg caught in a hunter's trap. I couldn't move, and it hurt more than anything I've ever felt. But there was this person who found me, who had already been nice to me before. Still, if I hadn't been about to die, I probably would have tried to get away from them anyway. They took care of me and helped my leg get better. They fed me and came to visit me every day, until the day they left my forest. So, I know what it's like to be that way, scared and hurt, and not sure who you can trust.
God damn. I'm so sorry. Us humans can be terrible, can't we?
Sometimes, but that's only some humans, not all of them. That's something it took me a long time to learn. There are good humans, though, like you and my girlfriend Aspen.
Oh, you're dating Aspen? I've heard Juliet talk about her for years.
Yeah, we're dating.
It makes my heart feel warm to say that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you've already got the job, but here we go. Last question, all right?
This has actually been a lot easier than I expected. I don't even have to try to think of the answers like I normally do. Instead, I feel confident in what I'm saying, in a way that I don't know if I ever have before.
Okay, here it is. Miho, do you believe in fate?
What?
I asked her that last time.
You remember that?
So that was you. That was gonna be my secret final question. I remembered having that conversation with someone, but for the life of me, I couldn't think of who. I thought someone must have tampered with my mind with magic or something, and to tell you the truth, I still can't picture what you look like.
Oh, you're exactly right, actually. I have this, I guess you could call it power. Where everyone I meet forgets about me in a day if I don't see them again. That's what happened to you.
She's quiet for a moment, probably thinking about what to say. In that silence, I make up my mind.
But I think I've figured out a way to get rid of it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. So hopefully it won't be a problem. If you can remember me after this time tomorrow, then that'll mean that worked.
Still, there's silence. Did the call disconnect? Finally, she clears her throat.
All right then, Miho.
Her voice sounds rough, like she suddenly caught a cold. My hair stands on end. Wait, is she crying?
I hope I'll give you a call tomorrow then. But first, you have to answer my other question. It's not the usual third question we ask, but I figure I don't need to ask about a time you met an animal in need.
Oh, right.
Once again, this question's easy to answer, but it's for a different reason.
I don't know. But I don't think I care. Because either way, I'm still living my life. If there's magic or something else, then that's not really up to me, right? So, I like what you said last time. Either way, I just want to be...
Fulfilled?
Yeah, like Aspen and Juliet.
Well, if there's one thing we can offer you here, it's that. Also a small salary. It's not gonna make you a millionaire or anything, but it should more than cover the bus fare or beer money, whichever you need more.
Really? I thought it was all volunteer stuff.
We usually start them off that way. Helps figure out which ones are serious about it and which ones are just looking for a summer job because mom said so. But I get the feeling you're gonna be a long hauler. What about you?
Now I have to pause to think about it. Working at the library is the longest I've ever stuck with something, and that's only been a few months. What Amaya is talking about is a lot longer than that. After spending most of my life not thinking beyond the next 24 hours, and spending my time here taking my daily life for granted, I haven't had to think long-term too much. Other than making sure Aspen, Happy, and Juliet are part of it, the future hasn't been that important to me. I need to start changing that, though, especially after tomorrow. So maybe this is the chance to start the new year off with something else that's different for me. My New Year's resolution, Aspen called it.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
Super awesome, great. I haven't been this excited about a new hire in a long time.
Thanks.
I'm glad we're not on video, so she can't see me blush.
I'll have to file some paperwork to make it official, and get the okay for the expenses, all that boring stuff. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, end of the week at the latest. Sound good?
Yep.
Good. You better get that magic thing taken care of, Miho. I'm gonna write myself a note to be sad if I forget about you.
You got it.
Good. Talk to you soon then.
See you later.
Call ends, and I immediately sigh once again. Of course, I can't blame her, but she makes getting rid of my magic sound so casual. In reality, that would be the biggest change in my entire life, maybe even more than becoming a Gumiho in the first place. It's the change that I need at this point in my life, though. Both Aspen and Juliet love to remind me it was my path through life that made me who I am today. However, that person isn't the same as before. The things that matter to me now mean nothing back then. So it seems logical to me that my need to transform, steal, and be forgotten has changed too. I'm grateful for everything my magic and bead has done for me. But they're the final step from that path I need to move past. Plus, if Yunbi is right, then they're not separate things that I'll lose. They're just part of me that changed too. That feels a lot more comforting, I think. Since Happy left with Juliet when she brought me the phone, I have a rare moment to myself. I remove my necklace and hold it in my hands, something I do quite a lot these days. Even more cracks have appeared on my bead. It's broken in many places as it is whole. Light leaks out, shining onto my palms. The bead looks like it could fall apart at any time. Fragile, like a human. Something would happen if I broke it, I'm sure of that. Something will happen when I break it. Tomorrow, I've already given myself that deadline by telling Amaya. It's short, but less time to dread it and change my mind. Enough time to tell Aspen and Juliet, though. I want them to be there when I do it, too. I don't know what'll happen. If I were to let myself think of all the possibilities, I'm sure I would end up talking myself out of it. Instead, I choose to believe what Yunbi said, what makes the most sense to me. They would never make me into something I don't want to be. Choose my own destiny instead, my own fate, whatever it may be. So again, I know the stream is getting long, but it's deliberate because the things at the end of Chapter 4 feed directly into this, and there really isn't a natural break point, except for right now where I need to take a drink. After months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Aspen promised she'll be in the audience to support both me and Lena. Juliet will be taking care of Happy, so she won't be able to make it. Even though I explained again and again that I'm just standing there when I'm on stage, they're just as excited as they were when I first announced I'd be participating. I am glad they'll be there, though. The last hour or so before the showtime is a busy one, with lots of cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I try to just stay out of the way and help if asked. Made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on stage pretty easily. By now, the whole production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out from the curtain before it begins, and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I even managed to spot my people, though they don't notice me. I head to a corner backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around, checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He still hasn't gotten to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous?
So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like, although I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Cyrus wraps up conversation with a nearby cast member and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Good. How about you, Lena?
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho?
Right.
For me, that's pretty true, but for Lena...
We should probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena. Are you, busy after this?
After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes! Let's do that! Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now!
Face red, Lena runs off. Both Cyrus and I are staring after her.
The dressing room's the other way.
A moment later, Lena zooms past us, going in the opposite direction.
Oops, it's this way.
She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it? From me, I mean.
Nah, I think weird is like her normal anyway. I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
See you!
Cyrus leaves, and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taken a while to get here, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Lena's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people, though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think they'd be good for each other. Eventually, it's time for me to get ready as well. In the dressing room, I pull on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtain, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking. As the lights dim, the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena, all dressed and ready to go. She gives me a thumbs up. At the front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile.
Showtime.
We all get into position, and the curtain rises. The music begins, and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. A certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder, project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he talks and walks is elegant like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places, and I even hear a few sniffles during some of the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted, though. I need to do my best, too. My part's pretty easy. I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths, "Nice job," to me. I smile in return. The whole 2 hours seem to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe that it's over. One by one, we all go back out to take a bow. The applause from the audience is like rolling thunder through the theater. The last ones to return are the three main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising up out of their seats to clap. Confetti falls from the rafters as they look around, basking in celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. The three of them link hands to take a bow, and the rest join one last time for a final bow together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. When everything is over and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around to try to find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of a door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of the hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at the door to the outside, about to step out together. I'd say they've earned the right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're going to be just fine. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. After a predictably sleepless night, I can barely stay focused enough to chew. I'm so out of it that Aspen has to wave her hand in my face to get my attention.
Miho!
Yeah?
I was going to ask if you're okay, but I think I need to ask what's wrong instead.
What do you mean?
You've been chewing on an empty fork for a little bit now.
I look at the utensil in my hand.
Oops.
Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork onto the table. My plate is so full I'm not sure if I actually had any food or not.
Is this about your secret idea from yesterday?
I nod.
You're good.
I like to think I know you pretty well. Is it something you can talk to us about yet?
Juliet also leans in to show she's listening, although she doesn't interject. I can feel my pulse rise in response to the sudden attention. Even Happy's watching me. It's the whole reason I decided so quickly. I should just get it over with.
I'm going to smash my bean.
Both Aspen and Juliet look at me in stunned silence. I'm not surprised.
I don't know for sure, but if I do that, I think my magic will go away. The problem is, I don't know what else will happen to me. But I think I'll be okay. Envy thinks so too.
While Juliet continues to look shocked, Aspen's face flips through emotions like I'm changing channels on the TV.
Smash it! Are you sure? That's awfully permanent. And what do you mean, what else? What do you mean, you think? Have you thought?
Aspen.
All Aspen has to do is look at Juliet and she cuts herself off.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you've thought about it. But that's so sudden. I'm sure you can see why I'm so shocked.
It's been on my mind for a while, and it's all I could think about last night. It's what I want to do, though. I told Amaya I would, for one thing. And I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have to worry about either of you forgetting about me.
Me too. God, me too.
Your magic is more than just being forgotten, though. That, plus your ability to transform, plus, I would imagine, your immortality.
Miho!
I know. I thought about that too, and I'm okay with that. I want to feel more. I want things to mean more to me. I don't think that can happen unless I know I'm going to lose them someday. That's something both of you helped me realize.
I meet Juliet's gaze.
You too, and Cosette.
Her eyes go wide, then settle into motherly contentment. Closing her eyes, she nods in acknowledgement of what I said. Aspen grasps my hands, one in each of hers, holding them to her heart as she faces me.
Miho, I don't know what to say. There's so much that I don't know if I could get through it all. So, I'll just trust you. I'll trust that you know what's right for you, and I'll support you in that. Always.
Aspen has barely finished talking when there's a sudden flash from my necklace, causing both Aspen and Juliet to recoil in shock. Happy yelps in surprise, too.
What the?
Instantly, I cut my hands around my bead, which contains a lot of light but not all of it. Aspen still has to use one arm to shield her eyes. Somehow, despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, and I don't think it's because of my hands. It's still whole, but just barely. It's had its fill of whatever it was looking for. I can feel it. It's needy. The magic within wants to burst free and escape. All three of us exchange a look, knowing that it's pointless to say anything else about the issue. Whether it's instinct or just my own inner strength, I grit my teeth and stand up.
It's time.
I walk to the front door, hoping I'm not shaking as badly as I think I am. Aspen and Juliet and Happy are right behind me, but I don't look back until I'm out the door standing in the sunlight. Aspen comes to my side, gripping my arm as she leans in for a kiss. Closing my eyes and focusing on the feelings of her against my side, I feel the storm in my belly calm a little. Little claws dig into me as Happy stands on his hind legs, pressing his paws into me as well. Juliet remains in the doorway, just out of reach of the sunlight, but I know she's watching anxiously too. My hands are trembling as I reach for my necklace. Aspen places her hand on mine, steadying as I undo the clasp. For the first time since I slipped it on, I carefully remove my bead and set the rest aside. It's strangely heavy in my palm. Maybe I shouldn't call it strange. It's carrying a lot of memories in it. Still, it's small enough that when I curl my fingers, it's hidden entirely. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath, and then another, preparing myself for what I'm about to do.
Wait!
My eyes shoot back open.
Before you do, there's something I have to ask. I'd regret it forever if I don't.
What is it? You can ask me anything.
She looks conflicted. I have no idea what her question could even be. Finally, she copies me, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath before snapping her gaze to mine.
Can I touch your ears?
Huh?
I can't believe she resisted that long. I would have lasted maybe a couple days. Tops.
I've just...
Touch fluffy tail.
For as long as I've known you, I've wanted to ask. But it seems so rude, so I kept putting it off. I can't put it off anymore, though.
I take a second to process what she said, and then I burst out laughing. Of everything she could have said, that definitely wouldn't have been one of my guesses. She looks so guilty about asking that it makes me laugh even harder, until I'm doubled over and unable to stand up straight. Tears start to form from my eyes, taking a lot of my tension with them. I can only nod in response, unable to actually answer Aspen's question with words. After a couple seconds, she can't keep from laughing either, even as she approaches me. I force myself upright at least a bit more and tilt my head for her. Her fingers hesitantly settle on my ears and she scratches them a few times in the same way she pets Happy. I see why he likes it so much. Aspen doesn't spend too long before moving away from me. She looks a lot more relieved, too.
Okay, I've gotten that out of my system. Why don't you... Miho!
She gasps and points at my hand. I look down. Without even meaning to, I clench my fist at some point. Familiar light shines between the gaps, turning into vapor and rising towards the sky. I uncurl my fingers, revealing a small pile of glowing dust and shards of my bead. Shards aren't sharp. In fact, they aren't anything. I can't even feel them there. Turning my hand over, I dump the debris onto the ground. A lot of the dust disappears as it falls, and so do some of the pieces. A couple of them hit the ground before vanishing. Only one piece, the largest one, lasts for any time at all. Instead of evaporating instantly, it slowly dissolves, most of the powder being carried away by the wind. Soon all that's left is a tiny seed that looks like it comes from some unknown plant. Was this part of my bead too? I'll never know the answer, because the wind picks up and takes that with it too. Although it doesn't disappear into nothingness, it's gone from sight in an instant. If it was, then maybe it's on its way to someone else who needs it. Just like Zhongying, it'll travel the world again, never quite coming to rest. I think they'd love to be part of the wind, laughing along with the breeze, so I'm sure they'll know where to take it. The instant that last trace of magic disappears, I can feel my body start to change. It's similar to changing into a fox, but feels different. My ears shrink down, and my tail retracts, but the rest of me stays the same. My hair brushes against my shoulders as new, different ears take the place of my fox ones. It feels like stretching after being cramped for a long time. Like always, the transformation is quick, only a few seconds from start to finish. Except it's not always anymore. There is no next time. I turn around to face Aspen and Juliet again, just as a tearful Aspen rushes into me, wrapping me in the tightest hug I've ever felt. Somehow her lips manage to find mine. My first experience as a human couldn't be any better. Happy doesn't wait long before demanding to be noticed too, so I step away from Aspen in order to kneel down and pet him. He seems to handle this change a lot better than me turning into a fox, since he doesn't growl or act any differently at all. Wonder if he even notices that change. Finally, there's Juliet, who has tears of her own in her eyes. As I climb the stairs, she steps forward and pulls me into an embrace of her own.
Congratulations, Miho.
Thank you for everything.
Juliet lets go of me and then steps further back into the house and away from the sunlight. The rest of us go inside too. I feel strangely normal. Other than being a bit dizzy, I feel exactly the same as I did 5 minutes ago. Even the dizziness will probably go away once I get used to not having a tail. Not sure what I was expecting being human to feel like. Thought it would be at least feel like something. I don't mind being wrong about this one. I know that I'm right about the human part, though. That same intuition that's guided me my whole life tells me that. It's reassuring as well. It's still me through and through. We go back to the kitchen, which also seems absurdly normal. I feel like I should at least do something to celebrate or commemorate the occasion, but really just being able to go on with my everyday life feels like a reward itself. Like Lena leaving the Bell House. Maybe it'll hit me harder later on, after the novelty has worn off. But right now, I'm just excited to keep living. After Juliet goes to bed, Aspen and I leash Happy and take him for a walk around town. I notice a few differences, like not being able to smell or hear quite as well as I could before. I don't mind though. The trade-off is more than worth it. First day as a human isn't too different from my last days as a Gumiho, and that's just fine with me. Aspen stays as late as she can. When she finally leaves to return to her own apartment, she does it with a promise to meet up again tomorrow. That night, lying awake next to Happy, look out my bedroom window at the city I've come to know so well. Started to take the view for granted. We're gonna have to unlearn all of that. I really want to be grateful for what I have, since someday, it'll all be gone. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been a routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. An ending is just the chance for a new beginning, though.
So, tomorrow's the big day.
That's right. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll have time to sleep tonight.
At least you'll have plenty of coffee to drink in the morning.
That's true. As long as no one drops the coffee maker or something. Oh, here I go again. I keep imagining 100 things that could go wrong.
I'm sure there are a million things that will go right.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks. I'm sure you're both right. I just can't help being me.
That's why I know it'll go well.
Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. Once she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse where she left it on the counter earlier and sits down.
So, after your bead broke yesterday, it gave me an idea for a secret ritual of my own.
She shakes the bag and I can hear paper crinkle inside.
Oh, like magic?
No magic, just superstition, I guess you could call it. Or symbolism, something along those lines.
Let's do it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
So? It's something you want to do, and that's enough for me.
I hope you're up for a bit of a walk then, because I'd like to go up Mount Victoria.
I'll go get Happy's leash.
On the way to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except why we're there. At the summit we stop and Aspen looks around.
I see why you come up here so often. I'm glad the new store is closer. I could do with a few more chances to clear my head.
I'm glad you like it up here too. I know it's not a secret or anything, but it feels like my place.
I know what you mean. That used to be the library for me.
Used to?
It's special in a different way now. A wonderful way, to be sure. But not the same as when I was just a regular patron browsing the shelves. But up here, I feel calm in the same way when I sit down with a good book. Not just a good one, but a favorite. One that I know I can go back to again and again and enjoy just as much as the first time I read it.
She unslings her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Happy gets his hopes up, probably thinking that's where sandwiches grow, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Instead, what Aspen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first I'm afraid it's the Fox in the Grove, which is silly, because I keep that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection, I recognize the fancy logo at the top.
That's from the book company, right? The one you almost signed with?
Yes. This was the contract they offered me. I held on to it to think about, and then afterwards held on to it as a reminder. I think I need to move on from it too, now. Just like you were saying about your bead. For a long time, I thought of my self-worth purely in terms of what I could make or give to the world. In other words, how good my writing was. That sure turned out to be a mistake. I always knew it was, of course. Still, once you're that far into the hole, it can be tough to dig yourself back out. I have you to thank in part for that. For helping me find my own strength that I needed. That's why I don't need this anymore. Not as a reminder or a motivator. I don't need it to tell me what I'm worth.
From top to bottom, Aspen rips the papers in half. Then she tucks them into a pile and rips them again. Then she rips those. She holds out her handful of shredded paper like I held onto my shattered bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them out to sea. They toss and flutter in the wind, scattering directions before they're even past the edge of the mountain. Aspen watches them go, hands still outstretched, not to bring them back, but to keep them away. In just seconds, they're gone from sight.
I tore up the rejection letters too. The ones I'd been keeping in my box, envelopes and all. I saved a copy of my manuscript instead. That's what I really want to look back on someday and smile about. Not to forget the bad, but to remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you, and with the new store, and everything else. I think those will be much happier memories to keep, don't you?
I do. I never want to forget how I feel right now either. Or any of my time here.
I don't think we will. I'm not sure how we could. And even though the future is scary at times, it scares me right now when I think of opening the store tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to face it with you and with Juliet. And with Happy, of course.
Of course.
The three of us quietly stand together, facing the horizon in the future. Aspen's right. It is intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, one most important thing, is that I can't just wait for the future to come to me. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. Arriving at the new Bell House, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Juliet and I are there an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting to get there. Box of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside looking stressed. Others are indoors setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. I recognize one of the two employees from the other Bell House, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've never seen before. It's just the aprons that give them away. Despite the nervousness, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. I'm no expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet, though we've been messaging through the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. Spot another familiar face, though, at the same time that she spots us.
Hey, Miho!
She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet's retreated off under the shade of the building's roof.
Hi, Lena. How's it going?
Oh, you know, pretty normal day. Hang on a sec, though. Something's different about you.
Yeah.
Did you get a haircut? Wait, no, I see it. Don't tell me they gave you an haircut, too!
Nope. They went away on their own. I broke the bead that gave me my magic, and so now I'm just a regular human.
Her face goes pale.
And I thought it was bad that I dropped the coffee machine this morning!
Oh, nah. I did it on purpose. I wanted this to happen.
Seriously? Why would you do that?
Because I got tired of people forgetting about me all the time. I want to be able to live a normal life, even if it's one that has an end. I'm starting a new job soon too. One that I couldn't do if nobody remembered me.
Oh, congrats! You're gonna kick life's butt, aren't ya?
It's not quite the way I'd put it, but yeah, I guess so.
Well, it's the right way. The only right way. Go ahead, ask me why that is.
Why's...
Because you've gotta beat life into giving you what you want.
She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the real face.
When it thinks it's got you down, that's when you've gotta fight back even harder. Never give up. Never surrender!
It's kind of impossible to not be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like this.
And you can only do that when you've got something to fight for. Like Aspen, or your friends, or your dog! Wait, when did you get a dog?
This is Happy. I've had him for a few days now.
He does look happy! What's his name?
No, that is his name. Happy.
I have a feeling I'm going to do this a lot more in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Once Lena finishes introducing herself to the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought.
Oh, are those for Aspen? I'll take them in and let her know you're here. Although she might be busy until after she cuts the ribbon.
That's fine. Thanks for letting her know. I'll be with Juliet.
Got it!
I pass the wagon's handle to Lena and she rolls it around to the back entrance. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She adjusts her parasol to give us a little extra shade, too.
What do you think? I'm quite impressed with what they've done here. It has its own distinct feeling while still clearly being the Bell House.
Yeah, I love it. I can tell Aspen put her heart into it.
On one side of the cafe is a park, and the other is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them have such a long line, though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening, and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. It's almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scents of fresh bread and coffee are strong here as the other location. Maybe even stronger, since we're outside and can still smell them. I can't see through the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing a last-minute scramble, taking care of final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front doors. They suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears, dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me and Juliet, and gives us a small wave. She quickly focuses her attention on the crowd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate you showing up before you're actually able to have your coffee.
A couple people chuckle.
My whole team has worked very hard to make today's opening a success, so we're very proud to officially open our doors to everyone. Lena!
Coming!
I can hear Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena runs up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash, though, as with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon with a single snip. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customers pass through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside.
Welcome to the Bell House!
It takes a few minutes, but finally, Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach my arm to embrace her, but she shakes her head.
No, don't hug me, I'm gross. As soon as I get home, I'm taking 3 showers and 2 naps. You deserve them. Everything looks amazing. You've done a great job. Thanks. Wait until you actually go inside. Although maybe it's better to wait until tomorrow for that.
You're already quite popular. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be any slower.
That's a good problem to have if it happens. I can show you around right now if you really want, but it's going to be awfully crowded in there. It's fine. You can show us another time. We'll be here again soon, for sure.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to trying out the reading corner for myself.
Yes, me too. Lena told me you brought the books. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. I hope they find their way into many new hands.
I'll make sure they do. I want to do some kind of discount for people who are working or reading here. I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I want to help out students and artists, even if it's just a free cup of coffee. I'm already getting ahead of myself, though. We've been open for all of 10 minutes and I'm planning what to do next. You make that sound like it's a bad thing. But this place only exists because you dreamed about it, right? Well, yes. I suppose so. I need my feet on the ground right now, though. I could let my head off into the clouds when my shift is over. Which, unfortunately, is still several more hours from now. I'm going to have a few words with whoever it was that put together this schedule. Was it you? It absolutely was. After my naps and showers, I'll come by to visit this evening. Do you have any plans for how you want to spend your last couple days before your own new adventure, Miho? Other than with you? Nah, not really. I think I might go for a walk. It's been a while since I just wandered around. You've come so far since then, both literally and figuratively. Yeah, I miss it a little bit. Go wander then, and I'll see you at dinner? Definitely.
Goodbye, Aspen, and good luck with the rest of the day. We'll see you tonight.
The final wave, Aspen disappears back into the cafe.
I think I'll be returning home myself. If you're going to be out for a while, Then would you like me to take Happy back with me?
Yeah, please. I think I'll be out for a bit.
I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against me leaving anymore. He knows that I'll come back to him. I watch as those two head off back the way we came, the opposite direction of the Bell House. One direction leads into town, but it's the fourth and most familiar path that I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria. While I pass others going both up and down the mountain, I'm alone at the summit for the moment. Just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I take in the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere I look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature. We're not so different after all. We're just doing what we can to survive, to keep going, and to hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. Can't count how many times I've been up here enjoying this view, and I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come up here in my lifetime. And yet that's what makes it so precious today, because someday I won't be able to come here anymore. I'll be able to look back and think and remember how it made me feel. So I'd better feel as much as I can, while I can. Even now, I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I pass different people on the way up here. Different boats dot the glittering horizon. Different airships come and go. As much as it feels like sometimes, and as much as I used to believe it was true, nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets to the sea, and finally myself. Like clouds, we grow and change, until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't the aching kind of loss. It feels like something's gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia, missing something but knowing I can't go back to it, that the world and existence I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it, after all. There's plenty of time to fix that, though. Years and years to enjoy to the fullest. At the end, I hope to feel the same way Zhongying did, surrounded by the people they loved, and content with the life they had lived. Maybe, like them, I'll continue to exist in some way still, in the thoughts and stories of everyone that I care about, and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someone someday will stand up here like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me or my name. That doesn't bother me. There's one more bird singing its song than there would have been had I never existed, and that's enough. A sudden gust of wind sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in a breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. "Little fox, where is your home?" the wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here. As I open to another path, put a bookmark in this chapter of my life. A Taylor Press flower to remember you by. Getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be young till we die. With just a word or two, the year will end so soon. Will you remember me if I remember you? Tomorrow's just another new today. I wonder if our hearts will stay the same, or if we'll ever change now. All that we own are our memories, so I'll hold them close and I'll live my life with my heart on my sleeve still. On and on, the clock on the wall keeps ticking along. So I put a bookmark in this chapter of my life. A Taylor Press flower to remember you by. And if getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be young till we die. Maybe I'll forget a bit of you, maybe you'll forget me too. But I'll treasure every second, and I know that you will too.
Seemed only fair to give Miho her chance to, or her time to sing, rather. And this is what all those choices did, was this ending, the post-credit scene. So we got the comfy ending, where Miho stays at home. Even with a little shuttle ride and walk back, I get home before Aspen does. Happy's waiting for me at the door like he does every day, to lick my hand and then flop on the floor for a belly rub as soon as I come in. The cats crowd around to say hello too, though they keep their distance from Happy as much as they can. 5 years, and they still haven't warmed up to him too much. They don't mind me like they used to, though. I start a pot of coffee brewing for Aspen when she gets back, change out of my work clothes. It's my turn to cook dinner tonight, so I also grab some ingredients from the fridge and leave them on the counter to finish thawing. Then I go to our bedroom and wash up. Working at the preserve has gotten easier, but it never gets boring. I always come home covered in dirt and more, but with satisfaction of knowing that I did something meaningful. This week I've been tending to a nest of Takahi chicks who lost their mother. Baby birds are kind of gross. I've learned the hard way that pretty much all baby animals are, but seeing the improvements they've made over the past few days has been all the reward I need. From the kitchen I can hear Happy's collar sliding across the tile as he stands up, a sure sign that Aspen is home. I go out to greet her just as the front door opens.
Hey, you.
Hello, love.
I wait for the animals to all have their turn saying hello before I walk over to Aspen, putting my arms around her.
How was your day?
Oh, the usual. I'm almost done reading this manuscript that came in a few weeks ago. It's a little rough around the edges, but I'd like to see more. I'm at the Bell House tomorrow, so I'll finish it up on break or when I get back. What about you?
The usual. Fed some birds, chased some lizards, trimmed some plants. I'm gonna start on dinner next. Coffee should be ready soon too.
Thank you. You're the best.
I try.
Like always, I stand on my toes to meet Aspen for a welcome home kiss. We've greeted each other the same way for years now. Just like working at the preserve, I never get tired of it. At first, taking a job as an editor instead of making it as an author seemed like a downgrade to Aspen, but over time she's come to enjoy it a lot. The way she talks about seeing someone's face light up when she tells them their manuscript's been accepted, or when their book finally releases, reminds me how I feel when we let a rescued creature back out into the wild. It's always a bit of worry. What if we did something wrong? What if they're not ready yet? There's also a whole lot of excitement. And of course, she still hounds the Bell House to keep her stable, even if it's only a couple shifts every now and then. Our home, our pets, our jobs, our lives. As much as I love the excitement, I love the comfortable familiarity just as much, if not more. In the end, I settled into life as a regular human pretty quickly. Still, both of us have our goals and dreams, things we'd like to see and do, but we're still working towards them one step at a time and enjoying the journey along the way. I don't spend time wondering or worrying about how many days or years I might have left, because I'm too busy living every single one of them.
Oh, what's in here?
I believe I can find it. I don't want to spoil it. I was going to say, depending on if it's not that. I was going to say, there's, like I said, there's the two endings within each route. That was the comfy one, where they both are happy and comfortable there in Wellington. And the other one, it is simply that they are both kind of busy jet setters, the wild ending. Miho travels around the world, still helping animals. But still always comes home to Aspen, who does the same. She is a busy editor and publisher, also traveling the world, so just a very slight difference there, but happy nonetheless. So, just like the dog. But yeah, that was Please Be Happy. Clocking in a little longer than I thought it would be. But again, I think it was important to get through all of the final bits in one go and not leave any of those cliffhangers. Mostly because the transition from when Silver steals the scroll to the end of the chapter, I think it's important to finish her story in one go there. So. But yeah. That is it. We will leave it there. Until we put out the video talking about this, at least. Give my throat a little bit of a break for a couple days until then. But yeah, please be happy. I certainly was playing this. And whether you're here live or you happen to watch this VOD later on down the road, I hope you enjoyed it. Happy Pride Month. And until next time, have a good one.